All right, everybody, how y'all doing tonight? I know no one's in here yet, and maybe nobody will be. I don't exactly know how many folks plan to show up today or tonight. I just want to give like a late night spot a shot, see how good that does for me, because it's only 12:30 my time. I'm not working tomorrow. I got plenty of time to fuck around, so. Gonna give this a shot at this later time frame. We'll see exactly what happens. But let's see. All right. So I never stream this late, and that's probably why there's nobody in here right now, but we'll see what's going down. How well this time slot does. I don't know how well it's going to do, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, someone's watching. How you doing? This is my first time watching or streaming this late. I never do. What's up, Amagad? Good to see you, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah, awesome, bro. Sounds good. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do a commentary video, kind of like I did with Sarah Tomato. That's the whole. What's up, Never Lucky? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, just doing a commentary video, debate commentary on Nick Fuentes versus Alex Jones. Want to see? I didn't either, dude. You know what? I got off of work. Good to see you too, man. I got off of work and I went to my local corner store, and by the way, I'm going to post a link in chat. If you want to come up and BS with me while we watch this, dude, you can add your own commentary too. This is just a debate commentary and like a react video, really. I want to see exactly what these guys have to say. But my local corner store got a new beer in called Super Balecki. And I've already had one of them. I had a little more after work because they're friendly with the shifties, but it's a Belgian style amber ale, and it's actually really good. Yeah, so it's like $20 for a 4-pack. I'm one down, you know what I mean? And we're gonna see how many more I can get in. But in the meantime, 7.8. It's 7.8%. Yeah. So it's an amber. You know, it's not hoppy at all. It's definitely European. You know, you ever had like a Hefeweizen? It's about as heavy as a Hef. But I'm just oh yeah, man. Yeah. I'm a big guy though. That's the thing. So it takes more for me to like actually get drunk than a lot of people that are lower than me. Hey, flat tires are good, man. Flat tires are good. All right. So just doing some commentary on the debate. I want to see exactly where both of them are at. I was really upset that I couldn't watch this because right out the gate as the bar opened, we got hit. Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, dude, I was drinking Knob Creek 9-year Select Barrel Reserve, which is like 120 proof. But I work at a whiskey bar too, so we have a bunch of like cask strength shit. So, you know, we have one like we have them like 128, 132, 138 proof. Like these things get real. Oh yeah, dude, Knob Creek's that's my jam. That's my daily drinker. You know, if I could afford it, you know, typically, you know, your regular Knob Creek that, you know, if if it was federally, if it was left in a wild turkey, man, that's powerful. I love Makers though. That's a good easy drinker, man. I like some heat on my whiskey. You know what I mean? Yeah, 100%, dude. Me neither. That's why I stick to Shifties and gas station beer. You know what I mean? We have yes, sir. You're right. We have a local brewery. It's about 2 hours north of here. It's called Straight to Ale, and they make this beer called the Snake Handler, and it's a 10% double IPA. I personally can't fucking stand IPAs. They're way too hoppy for me, but man, I can drink the fuck out of those things, dude. And I try not to. They're 10%, so I try to stick to the 7.8s. You know, maybe 8%, like White Claw Surges. Don't call me a queermo. It's, you know, it is what it is. They're powerful and they taste good. So, but anyway, let's get into this debate, man. I'm gonna post the panel link if anybody wants to come up.
InfoWars, tomorrow's news today.
It's Wednesday.
Hey, if you want to come up, I'm just gonna send it to you. Never Lucky.
5:02 Central Standard Time. I'm in Austin, Texas.
You want to jump in?
Fuentes is in Chicago in his studios, and we are going to him live for a discussion, debate. But when he was on a few weeks ago, I've been up since 5 a.m. and I was extremely tired. I was not drunk, as some people thought, though I wish I was. And he did a great job, and people enjoyed it, but I didn't bring much debate to it.
John Smith, what up, man? Yes, sir. I am tonight, bro. I'm not working tomorrow. Just got home from work, dude. I'm fucking beat. Exhausted.
Things like Trump wants, police martial law.
It was a late night.
That goes too far, though. The direction it's going at some point could become dangerous. But right now,
good
it's
to see you, though, man.
tyranny in some other areas as well. And I just decided before we went live, so I'm not sneak attacking Nick with this. I made the decision on this. I said, hey, what topics you want to cover? Here's the topics I want to cover. They're basically the same topics. I never get.
What's wrong with it? Charles Darwin, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's afternoon for you. It is 1 a.m. for me. Cheers from Australia, dude. Or cheers from America. What's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Welcome in.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Not much, dude. All right, now I will post the link in chat. I'm going to heavily scrutinize people. Oh, sorry. I'm going to heavily scrutinize people that try to come in with camming up. I honestly, I didn't know if you were going to cam up or not. So.
Oh yeah, I always try to cam up. I got my little brother in the background, so I always try to be respectful sometimes. So.
100%.
Yeah, I got a multi-generational house. It's hard to live in California, so.
I fucking bet, dude. One of my neighbors moved here from California, and because I live in Birmingham, Alabama, and she was like shocked at how cheap the cost of living is here.
Yeah, I moved to Pittston, PA. I met my wife on Discord, and moved out there to meet her, and that was the biggest single culture shock I've ever seen. Gas prices, a pack of cigarettes. I've never seen it that cheap before. I was bewildered. Man, I just hate California though.
Dude, I'll tell you, man, what blows my mind. I remember when a pack of Newports was like $3.50, and when it hit $4, it was like, how am I going to afford this habit? They're like $9 now. Where I'm
in your state, I was gonna say I've never seen Newport below 13, dude. I've never seen it.
$13?
I started smoking 2016. I'm 29, so.
Holy shit! Oh damn, dude! I started smoking in 2009. I was 16, and then I quit smoking in 2020. So I smoked for like about 11 years, I'd say, and I quit. And you know what, dude? What got me to quit cigarettes? These bad boys right here, bro.
The Zins, yeah.
Yes, sir, dude. They're fucking amazing, man.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
I try to roll my own cigarettes. I got my own tobacco and my own tubes, so I try to go through and make sure it's not as bad as the other cigarettes, but it's still fucking terrible. It doesn't matter. But they ban vapes in California, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? I used to vape.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? We don't know what the fuck are in these.
Nope.
We don't know what that's going to do long term. This is like a Band-Aid for a problem. You know what I mean? Now, granted, I don't smoke cigarettes, and I'm happy about that. But dude, Zins, man, this is the way. You know what I mean?
What flavor do you use? Because I tried the original one, fucking burnt my lip. Like I don't know if I'm just a bitch or what it is, but
Did you do 3 milligram or 6?
I think I got the 6.
Yeah, okay. So you got to start with the 3s. I started with the 3s. My thing is, like, I have an incredibly addictive nature, right? Yeah. So I started with 1 3, and then I moved to 2 3s, and then I moved to the 6, and then I moved to 2 6s. And now that I can't like one 6 is like taking a sip of water when you haven't had anything to drink for 2 days. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like, you know? So I have to put 2 6s in now. And the issue with Zyn is when they first hit the market, it was like $2 for a can. And that was back in 2020. And now they're literally $6. Like they tripled in price. And I can go through 2 cans a day. You know what I mean?
Oh, damn.
So, how do you even use a Zyn? So what I do is I just take the pouch and I stuff it into my cheek, John Smith, and then I spit it out about 2 hours later. That's about it, bro.
But you don't get like you don't swallow the saliva, right? Like, because I've thrown up from that.
It doesn't make my mouth all watery, dude. Like,
does it to you? Huh? That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of like, I mean, this may sound nasty or whatever, but like I'm constantly swallowing my own spit, right?
That's
so
normal.
It's like even when I don't have them in, I do the same thing. But that's it. It's just, I don't know. Like I just do what I always do. It seems like nothing's changed, and then everything works out.
Because the first time I did a Zyn, my cousin got it. And I must have been like 22 at the time. And he's like, here, take a couple. And I put them in there and I accidentally swallowed a little bit of spit. I was throwing it all up. It was
no
bad.
shit.
Yeah, like somebody face fucked me at prom. It was bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like I guess I'm like, now I'm to the point where I only notice when I don't have one in. That's where it's at. 30-gram pouch is 5 days. Maybe I smoke my ashtray. 30-gram pouch. You need a 30-gram pouch of tobacco? See, I've considered the natural tobacco rolling my own cigarette route. I just don't know where to get any of that shit. And there's so much work involved in it. And I'm that's pretty cool. But I'm a typical American consumer, you know what I mean? So I like my convenience where I don't have to like get a cigarette roller or like sit there and fucking, you know what I mean? Like I can fucking just crack a can open.
Yeah, it's an automatic.
That's it.
Just press a button, it does it for me.
I don't. I know other people that do, though, right? So I knew a guy I used to work for back in 2020 when I worked for a brokerage in logistics. His name was Johnny Mack, and he carried a bottle with him, and he spit into the bottle. But I don't. I just throw it in, and like I'll drink on top of it, or like water, even like. I drink a lot of water. I'm not that much of a degenerate, you know what I mean? But like,
just built different.
Yeah. But like that's just how it goes. I don't know. Some people can't do that. Now I will say, when because I did dip. So before I started smoking cigarettes when I was 14, I started dipping, and cigarettes was just the next step for me, because you can smoke. You get 20 cigarettes out of a pack, where with a can of dip, I could throw half a can of dip in, and then I throw another half a can of dip in, and the can's gone, right? So, what's up, Paige? Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Going to be commenting on the Nick Fuentes and the Alex Jones debate here in just a second. We're talking about dip spit, but so with cigarettes, I could stretch a pack of cigarettes a lot longer than I could stretch a can of dip. So with these pouches, back in 2020 when I found them in the store, they were like, "Well, we don't even sell any of these things, man. Like, just buy one, and they're like $2. I was like, okay. So he gave me 2 of them for $2, and I immediately fell in love. I get the coffee flavor. I know over in California they banned like all flavored stuff. A guy from LA was driving through last weekend. Really cool guy, but he was driving through the weekend, and he asked me for one because he was like, "We can't get coffee in LA." Like California banned like all flavored shit of everything, which, damn, that's terrible.
Yeah,
why would you do that?
The kids were getting into it, they say.
Charles Darwin, you're more than welcome to jump on panel. I am just to tell you, I am you're gonna at least have to cam up in the background and then do 2 actions. I got porn bombed a couple weeks ago, and that is never fucking happening again. So I need to make sure I know who's like jumping up. But you don't have to like I'm not gonna make you do anything stupid, right? It's just 2 random actions, But if you'll do that, if you want to cam back down, you're more than welcome up. I don't care if you're wrecked. Dude, I'm fucking drinking right now. Are you kidding me? Yes, Charles Darwin. Who else is named Charles Darwin in chat? Come up, dude. You're welcome, man. It's fine. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, fair. I get that, Paige. 100%. I get that. I understand. See, I like these, the Zins. They come in flavors and all that. Have you ever been online? If you haven't had that happen, that happened last week on TikTok. That's so terrible, dude. I don't understand why the fuck people do that shit. Like, do you not have a life? You know what I mean? Like, see, my thing is, I hear you, Charles Darwin. I hear you, bro. I hear you. My thing is, like, if you're going to do something like that, what that means is you have gay porn saved to your computer, and then you use that as your like feed, as your camera. So you have to constantly look at it every time you put that up on someone's stream. Like I'm so, bro, that's exactly like not only a gay degen, but you're also a fucking loser. Like, you have nothing better to do with your time than that, especially since the most inconvenience you're going to do is I have to stop my stream and start it again, and then just clip out the last 2 minutes of the last stream. You've done literally nothing but just minorly inconvenience me, right? Like, it's crazy to me that people they dedicate their time to doing that. And I have people coming into chat all the time. Now, see, one thing I do like about StreamYard is when I'm looking in the backstage, I can click the 3 buttons, and then I can see what like YouTube account is authenticated to that account. And I know the names of the accounts that come in. Most of them are banned by now, but see, that's crazy, Paige. See, I look, I've never done that, and it's not out of like any kind of like, it's not even like that. But I don't understand why people do shit like that. It just makes no fucking sense to me, dude. Anyway, enough about talking about fucking gay porn bombs and shit. Let's get to this debate.
Into the infighting. I never get into all of the
How's that volume?
stuff that happens in conservative, populist, Christian, common sense media.
Is that volume okay?
That sounds good to me. It might be a little low for chat, but I have a good headset, so.
Oh, Charles Darwin, we can talk about ex-girlfriends sometime if you want to. Anyway, I'll get back to it.
But this infighting, or whatever you want to call it, with Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and now everybody piling on against Nick, has to be addressed. And I was thinking about it literally 5 minutes ago. And, Nick's a smart guy, so he doesn't mind something being sprung on him. And I'm like, let's go there first. Because I like all these people, and I need them all to succeed, especially people like Elon Musk. And behind the scenes, you see Roger, the articles were publishing about trying to get him back in the White House. It was bad when he left, and a lot of the big problems started then. So I have had more people come up to me in the streets, on the hike and bike trail, family, grocery stores. I mean, basically everywhere I go, they come up and talk about Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and all the rest of this, Candace Owens. And that's interesting because I know Buzz. I've been on the air 31 years, had success pretty much right away locally. And then within a few years got syndicated. So I had big success 25 years ago.
I will say, Alex Jones has been at this for literally 3 decades.
Yeah, I remember when Alex Jones was there I was obviously older when this happened because I was born in 96, but before 9/11 happened or right after it happened, he was sounding the alarms, everything. I was actually surprised to see all those videos.
Oh, dude, he called 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it was in April or May of that year of 2001. He called it. Now I wasn't like, awoken at that point. I was 8 years old when 9/11 happened. You know what I mean? Like I remember they shut my school down. My teacher had the news on. We saw the fucking smoke and everything, but I didn't know what was going on, right? Like I was a kid. I didn't really understand it. I didn't understand what was going on. And as I got older, I think when I was about like 17, 18 years old is when I saw Zeitgeist for the first time. And that was what introduced me to Alex Jones. And that's what introduced me to like the 9/11 conspiracy. Now, I will say my granddad was the one that introduced me to the John F. Kennedy conspiracy because he was a big JFK lover. He loved John F. Kennedy, dude. He thought he was one of the best presidents that had come around ever. And I don't know how much I necessarily agree with that, but I get that concept of not trusting the government and thinking the government had something to do with that because I do, right? I don't know. Where do you stand on that, Robert Ducky?
From what I've understand, JFK seemed more of like a nationalist to me, which I agree with. I think everybody born in the country should have pride in their country. You might not always love your government, but you should always have pride in your country.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, the whole thing with Alex Jones is I've watched him for a very long time. I used to support him, donate and everything. But he went a little bit too far with the interdimensional, elves and everything. I was like, the dude has gone off the rocker a couple times. So I'm not saying that, that discredits him at all, but you got to kind of keep your arm's length from him sometimes. But this seems pretty more tame. So, probably taken.
Well, he's, so recently the big thing that he's been harping on is he quit drinking and he's eating healthier and he's hitting the gym. And it seems like ever since the whole debacle with the Sandy Hook thing, he's been a lot more careful of what he says when he's online. So I don't think he says anything that can get him sued now. That's the thing. I think people don't realize that. Like, after someone is sued for literally billions of dollars for something, they are going to be incredibly careful about what they say online, right? Especially when they know, well, if I say something that's untrue, people are going to like come down on me fucking a millionfold, right?
Yep.
Like they literally they tried to destroy his life. So now as he's coming out, he's saying, I think the thing, yeah, fair, no shit, Charles Darwin. I think what I would say is he's been incredibly careful about the kind of things that he says when he's online, just simply because if he says something slanderous that he can get in trouble for, they're going to come after him. But why haven't they about some of the things that he said? Because he said some really wild shit. Now, I'm not saying everything that he says is true. I want to be very clear about that, right? But
we'd have a lot of money if we had a nickel for every time Alex Jones was right. So
I know, bro. I'm saying, dude. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I err on the side of like, I do believe that he comes from a place of like authenticity, you know, like he's genuine with everything he says. Not saying that everything he says is correct, but I do believe that everything he says, he genuinely believes. He's
passionate about it for sure.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
So I know buzzes when I see them. And this buzz rivals buzzes when I've like, go on Joe Rogan and it gets 100 million views. I mean, I can count on one hand the times I've seen buzzes this big. When Trump's come on the show and stuff like that, this in ways is bigger. And that shows how seismic it is. And yeah, it's true. The attacks on Fuentes backfired, and it's making it exponentially bigger. And so it's just.
I will say that. So when Tucker came at him the way he did, and then lied the way he did on TV, like, or on not on TV, but like on the internet, with all of his TV appearances that showcased how he knew his dad was in the CIA, he should have seen that coming. I like, it's crazy to me. And I like Tucker Carlson, right? But it just sucks that like now, like I have to watch this guy, like he's going to have to answer for this at some point. He's going to have to come out and say, look, either I said it wrong, which is a bullshit cop out, or yes, I knew my dad was in the CIA. I don't know why I said that. I apologize. That was not true. You know what I mean? And if he would just do that, media figures are so like they're just incredibly repelled by the idea of taking accountability for their own dishonesty.
I agree with you. I think I'd have a lot more forgiveness, and so would the community and the public, if he just came out here and gave us the truthful answer. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't want to say these things because my father was in the CIA. I didn't want to be, considered a nepo baby essentially in this community. So, I mean, if he had said that from the beginning, would he have had the success that he's had? I don't think so.
No, that's correct. Yeah. But at the same time, like when you do say something that is verifiably false to the mass and you're called on it, instead of just trying to sweep it under the rug or waiting for fucking like lawyers to send you cease and desist orders and lawsuits because you slandered somebody, to me that's just insane, right? Like just fucking come out. Like it looks so much worse when you try to cover up. Like if the mainstream media came out and was like, everybody, we're sorry, we were wrong about COVID. We were given a set of information, we ran on it, whether they believe it or not, whatever. If they were just to say, we were all wrong, that would go so much further than just sweeping it under the rug and trying to move forward instead of facing lawsuits and shit, especially when they say like incorrect shit about specific people, like that would go so much further and it would show integrity, at least. Yes. Yeah, dude. Like it would just show so much more like integral fortitude than the way that they've handled everything, you know, like regardless of what excuses you make or whatever, but not legal advice, but they should definitely involve counsel and not speak on it until they had direction from counsel as to how to address it. That's fair, but it seems like, if they are, which they have the money for counsel, so they probably are going through counsel. They're probably going through some public relations consultant, and the consultant's probably just telling them just fucking continue the news cycle, But the thing is, there's things people don't forget. That's the reason Trump won, right? Like the reason Trump won is because people didn't forget the way that we were treated over the past 5 years.
They really wish we did, though. They really wish we did.
100%. Yeah. Paige, I'm not discrediting you at all. By the way, Paige is she's legit. She knows what the fuck she's talking about. I'm just some fucking pea brain trailer trash retard spouting off at the mouth. So what she's saying is a lot more credible than what I'm saying. I want to be very clear about that. You know what I mean? Right, exactly. Yeah. So they have consultants that they go through that tell them to do stuff, but I'm just saying, but they have consultants they go through to do this stuff, and for some reason these consultants don't ever say, hey, let's take the integrity route this time. It's crazy to me, dude, I would rather take the lashing on admitting that I'm wrong than take the lashing on being wrong and then continuing to be wrong and then just moving forward to the news cycle and continuing to be wrong and letting all this stuff build up to where your credibility is officially ruined. Where if you come out and you say, we were wrong about this, your integrity can be rebuilt on that, because that is that's the path of integrity, is to admit I messed up, right? So I think that's one. It says a lot about the mainstream media that they've never taken that path.
Well, yeah, and they've also caught themselves up in a bunch of little lies by covering up the lies that they said before. So it's just a lie about a lie about a lie, and the people start to realize that, and we are starting to look at it, and we'll look at Shiffy Adam Chef now, look what's going on with him, and we start to figure out all this stuff now. Oh, it starts to add up.
Yeah. Paige says, for sure, a lot of people have the British monarchist stance of never complain, never explain, which doesn't work when authenticity is what sells. One good thing, she meant to say, the wokies got right. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, we're like the British monarchists didn't have the internet back then, so they couldn't make clips and videos of these people saying things. And I think to a large degree, a lot of people bank on this idea that AI is going to make perfected videos that no one's going to be able to decipher at some point. So eventually we can just blame it all on AI. Well, that was AI that made that. That was AI that made that. And anyway, sorry, might be going too far down the rabbit hole here. I apologize, but let's I want to get to this debate. I like Alex Jones's monologues.
I think from 35,000 foot, where Gamble that did that ring gaze of total defiance that everybody looks at and knows deep down that's the alpha male, that's the badass, that's the defiant real person. You can't fake that look. And then when they shot him, you got even more of that look, except the lips pulled down and the teeth bared and the eyes bugging out. Yes, we get to see who's really who at times like this, don't we? And now the bad guys are gonna find out who's really who, aren't you? Because the veneer of civilization is burning off. And all the posers and all the thugs and all the bullies who thought they had this country on its knees and cowed are now just beginning to understand that they have awoken the terrible giant.
Dude, he knows how to get you riled up, man. I fucking love Alex Jones.
What a champion.
right, ladies and gentlemen. I am fired up tonight because I got to sit there in Austin court. They didn't want me in the courtroom, but I was watching it because the judge hadn't called me with that Guerra Gamble that did that rigged court case with the show trial and all that. And after the debate tonight with Nick Fuentes, I'll give you a huge update. Remember how they did a fake auction and got caught and the judge said it was illegal? Remember how they closed the doors and turned the internet off and the judge...
Has anyone ever noticed that, like, sometimes when he rambles on, he sounds kind of like Boomhauer? Doesn't he, though?
Kind of does, yeah.
And, like, I'm not even ragging on him. I'm just saying, like, sometimes when he starts to ramble, he's, you know, he's very entertaining with it, though. You know what I mean? It's fantastic.
They just appointed a receiver and gave them the order to send in the Austin Travis County Sheriff's Department and seize the building when there's a stay and the federal judge has blocked it. And that's going to be huge when they come in here and grab the building and then a federal judge overrides them. It's cut and dry. But it's just like these federal judges saying Trump can't deport people when it's right in the Constitution. So, of course, it got overridden by the Supreme Court and other appellate courts.
Yeah, that was fucking bullshit, dude. Like, and they tried to do the same thing to Trump, seize his assets. I mean, like, they went full board against Trump. And that's why, like, I personally believe that come, like, the few months before the midterms, he is going to do the exact same thing to them. It would make no sense for someone that is as, like, vengeful and vindictive as Trump is to not pull the same cards they pulled on him. Maybe not like ordering, you know, assassinations and stuff on people. And I hope that doesn't happen, by the way. But to hem them up in legal issues, to either hem them up in legal issues or just straight up throw them in cuffs and put them in jail for crimes, hopefully, that they actually committed. But that's what I think we're looking at in the midterms. I genuinely believe that.
I don't think anybody will be prosecuted, to be completely honest with you. Just like in his first term, he was very soft on these people, and he's still soft on them now. He's had a lot of chances to put a lot of people in jail or at least prosecute them and bring charges against them, and he's not really doing too much. Pam Bondi's doing a little bit here and there, but it doesn't seem like anything is sticking either, though. Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. But look at McIver, right? Like, she was indicted, and she's still facing the charges. She pled not guilty. They're going to go full board on them. Yeah, no, you're right. That is a funny pause. But I'm sure she's going to get some time for punching that ICE agent.
Oh, no, for sure. I think there's going to be some fall people for sure, but that's just going to be what it is, fall people. You know, the rest of the people are going to be majority. It's like that you got 85 people, and you're for sure 74 of them are going to get charged. And by the time 68 of them get there and 54 of them are going to be there, trust me. And then, you know, it just gets down to one person being the fall guy. And that's just how history has been repeated. And I'm sorry. I don't think there's going to be a difference. I hope there is. I just don't think there will be.
I understand. I understand that perspective. Here's the only thing, right? Like, here's the main thing that makes me think otherwise. That was before they actually, like, tried to throw him in jail. That was before they actually started
to kill him,
or they tried to kill him. So it's a different paradigm that we're in today. And, you know, Trump's not a dumb guy, to the perspective that he knows how the news cycle works. So if they were to try to do all this now, this could get buried in the news cycle. But you wait just a couple months before the midterms. And here's the thing with the justice system. And the only reason I know this is because, you know, I was an idiot at one point in my life. Let's just put it like that. But they don't have to tell you when they're doing an investigation on you. The only way that you can get any information on what, like, the Department of Justice knows about you is if they've issued any kind of court action, like a warrant, right? Otherwise, they don't have to give you shit, because all you are is a person of interest. You know what I mean? Even if you're a suspect, they don't have to tell you anything. You can get the most expensive lawyer on the planet, and they won't have to give you any information. There's no discovery because there's been no court action issued. Am I wrong in that, Page? I mean, like
in the sense there's no paper trail, so you can't require it or even like file a junction for it.
right. I mean, like, or you can't file for discovery, you know? So if the DOJ is actively collecting information, yeah. So Paige, what I was saying was until the prosecutorial side has issued some form of court action, like a warrant or anything along those lines, filed a charge, an indictment, whatever, you can't get a lawyer to get discovery to find out exactly what evidence they have on the defendant. Correct? Am I wrong in that? I'm pretty sure I'm right in that, because like when I had when I had some legal trouble back home, I couldn't get any information on what was going on until they filed a warrant for my arrest. Single party has evidence pre-proceedings. When you have intent to proceed, you can issue a spoliation letter or preservation letter. Okay, so I'm wrong. Yeah. See, I'm not educated on that kind of thing, right?
I'm ignorant to it too, buddy. Trust me.
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, though, they could be having investigations going on. If you destroy evidence which you knew or ought to have known would be the subject of litigation, you can be charged with suffered damages award, even pre-litter. Well, so if, like, let's just say the Trump DOJ is issuing investigations into several different people, but they haven't filed any court issues, would those people be able to get a lawyer and find out exactly what is going on? Not necessarily like if they're illegally spying on people or anything, but if ultimately, if the evidence exists, it can be ordered for production once an application or lawsuit is issued, even if you don't produce it. Well, that's what I'm saying. So if there's no warrant or there's no like indictment or anything like that, if there's just an investigation into somebody, is, like, let's just say the FBI, like, are they required to produce evidence that they've discovered on something, even if they haven't like officially named somebody as a suspect in a case? Because the law. So never lucky rubber ducky. Here's one thing that I have learned in application of lawsuit to order production. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? So if there hasn't been any kind of warrant or court action issued against somebody, like an indictment or something, you can get the most expensive lawyer on the planet and they won't be able to get. But if you have a lawyer, a notice of intent to prosecute, or it can be established that you knew or ought to have known that the information was integral, then you can be in trouble. Okay. So if you never, this is the one thing that I've learned, because I know a couple lawyers around here. So yeah, beautiful. Bill Hicks, man, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. But that's a principle in civil law. Okay. I mean, I would say those two things are pretty common. So the one thing that I've learned about law is it's not necessarily about what's written in black and white, but how you can interpret it and how you can make people, how you can persuade people that it can be interpreted in that way. Good to see you too, man. Glad to see you in chat, bro. Always a pleasure. All right. Let's keep this one going. We'll see what.
I mean, when you know the law, it's cut and dry. And she just did it again. And she told my lawyers, you can't talk. I'm doing this. So I don't know what the sheriff's department's going to do. I don't know if they come tomorrow, next week. I mean, you can't make up cliffhangers like this. So I'm pretty pissed off and wound up. So that's coming up. But it's also really good from what I've been told. I mean, this is crazy, but it shows how desperate they are. Now, I wanted to get Nick on, and I asked him to come on this week, to discuss the whole waterfront and where the world's going. And You also, Netanyahu is trying to drag us into war with Iran again, and all the rest of it. And I wanted to debate him on the border and enforcement, because I think Trump overall is doing the best job with the tools they have, and they're gearing up. It'll be a friendly debate. But since then, he's come out and said, he thinks, that Trump wants this as a police state, so for Israel or something. And Israel is involved with anti-free speech laws and training police and things. So that's actually a real fear, I believe. But I don't see that as why Trump's doing this. We'll debate that, and that's a real issue I disagree with Nick on. I'm going to let him put out his view on it. I don't want to misrepresent it.
By the way, this is one thing I do want to say. Alex Jones has had Nick Fuentes on. They've had some friendly conversations back and forth. This is not an adversarial, I do not think this is going to get to the point where they're calling each other names or anything like that. Genuinely, I believe this is going to be the kind of thing where they're going to actually talk things through piece by piece, because Alex Jones hasn't thrown any vitriol towards Nick Fuentes and vice versa. They've both been on each other's. Well, I think just Nick Fuentes has been on InfoWars before, but all right, Nuke Sis, thank you very much. Absolutely. Yeah, just whenever. Come back, please. It's always a pleasure to have you in chat. Thank you for stopping by. Not sure if you need or even want female mods, but if you want, I can mod for your evening streams. Oh, yeah, Paige, 100%. Everybody, please, let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat for Paige. She is now a mod on the channel. Welcome to the crew, Paige. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you. Lady Liberties in the chat, guys. Lady Liberties in the chat. All right, let's get back to it.
But as I just said in the intro, I don't think I've ever seen buzz this big on a topic. I mean, every time I go out in public and walk around at least 10, 15 people, if I see a guy comes to clean the pool or something, he doesn't bring it up. But I mean, if I get around a gas station, a grocery store, anywhere, multiple people bring up Nick Fuentes and this big battle, and everybody thinks he's being ganged up on, and he's a really smart guy. And, wow, they heard he was a bad guy, but now they love his show. And the show's been big forever. He's been around 8 years or so.
Now, I will say, I think people only do that because he's Alex Jones. Does that make sense? When I go out into, of course, Paige, thank you. Welcome to the team. Always a pleasure to have you. Let me give you a real salute. Yes. Yeah, I was getting the left salute. You don't do that. Sorry. Anyway, but yeah, when I'm out in my daily life, no one fucking talks politics to me, but I also live in the Bible South. So, everyone here is very kind. Everyone's, they'll hold the door open for anybody. This is a very chill, Birmingham's very, very chill for the most part, dude. People are actually for the most part, I'd say 85, 90% of people are very, very kind here, So maybe in Austin it's different. I've never lived in Texas. I don't know. But, if I was back in Florida, it'd be the same thing. No one talks politics, but in the opposite, everyone's a fucking dickhead, dude. Get the fuck out of my way. You know what I mean? It's a bunch of snowbirds from New York. No one's talking about politics in New York. They got shit to do. They're trying to get somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man, there's this guy who actually does interviews in the town over from where I'm at in Arcata, and that's a university town, and it's the only place that is blue in Northern California.
Wow.
So you go over there during the farmers markets, and oh my gosh, you got to look up some of his videos, dude. The people he interviews are just batshit crazy. It's called American Interviews. That dude he's not very known, but that dude is hilarious.
Okay. I will check it out, my friend.
I'll send it to you on Discord. It's insane.
Yeah. By the way, Paige, you're not my first female mod. Jess White is also a mod on this channel. I know there's been a lot of drama. There's a lot of people that have conflicting views on this or whatever. I'm not a part of any of that. Jess White has been very good to me and to my channel. So, any Jess White's a mod here. She's been very good to me. She's been very good to my channel. I don't want anything to do with any of the drama. I like everyone involved. I like Grid. I like Dusty. I like Glenn. I like Jess. I like Are We Not Men? Everyone is good to me in my channel. So I have nothing to do with any drama. But yeah, exactly, Paige. Thank you so much. Yes, yeah, right. Yes, yeah. That's how people treat her, Charles Darwin. Exactly. But yeah, see, that's how I do, man. Like the way people are to me is the way I am to them, right? And I know other people have issues with other people and stuff. I'm not fucking involved with any of that. You know what I mean?
It's not you, not your monkey, not your circus. I gotta worry about it.
Right, dude. Exactly. You know? Right. Yeah. Like Paige, I don't know if you still do anything with Tweaker or not. He doesn't necessarily like me right now, but I don't have any issue with him, and if he still comes on to your TikTok debate panels and stuff, that like I don't give a shit. That's none of my business. I actually, when he's sober and he's cool, good. You deserve that, seriously. And that sucks, that sucks that he left YouTube because, like we all have our crash outs. I think my biggest crash out that I had was on Jess's channel. Now, granted, I was pissed. Like I was pissed drunk, right? Yeah, I was pissed drunk and I was like cussing out Ryan. I made a complete ass out of myself, but you just keep going. Like, yeah, I probably shouldn't drink that much to get online. That was about it, right? Like, if you just do that and you move forward and apologize for people that you offended and apologize for any kind of like TOS violations you make, you can just move forward and go, okay, yeah, it's done. I fucked up, whatever. All right, anyway, guys, like this is what we're going to watch today, When was your 1v1 with Kel? I would love to see that.
I have kids. I don't think Kel can make me crash out.
She couldn't. But like honestly, Kel's pretty chill. She has she's pretty chill. I'm not gonna lie.
I liked her channel. I actually found her out from Grid, so I started following her. She's funny.
Yeah. I was on Dusty's panel with her because like the night when Tweaker kind of caught a lot of heat. It was my comment on the tomato debate that got played a bunch everywhere, and it does kind of suck that happened, right? But that's not even the point. But when I jumped up on panel, I was talking to her and like I was honest the whole debate. Like I was honest when people were messing up, and I was honest when people had strengths, and like that's how I try to do it. Like I try to come at everything from an unbiased perspective. Like I was definitely in Tweaker's corner, but if he says something that's kind of like, dude, you know what I mean? I'm going to say that, right? So, I really try to keep it like as unbiased as possible. I'm not one of those folks that's like, yeah, that stupid thing you just said was.
I don't know. After having kids, I got a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 9-month-old. And man, it's just you got to social engineer people. You got to hit them with the criticism and then tell them what they did good, and that way they can't get mad at you because then you ended it on a good note.
Yeah, so. I tried. Bill Hicks, welcome to the team, my friend. I appreciate you coming in and modding late. Most of my mods are in bed by now because I'm in America and it's 1:30, but I'm also a bartender, so I don't get off until fucking midnight. But there's your wrench, my friend. Welcome to the team, bro. Cheers. Yeah, man. All right, let's get back into this because it's just getting started. We've been streaming for an hour. This is great, though, dude. Dude, Ducky, it's great having you up, my friend.
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure,
thanks for
bro.
having me, dude.
Absolutely.
So 9 years, but it's exploded. And I know when something explodes like that, I called him a week and a half ago and I said, you better get ready for the big attacks. And look, I'm not fighting with Tucker or Candace or Elon Musk. I love all those people. And I think they have their own, perspectives and their own issues. And I defended Tucker because he confided me 2 weeks after his dad died when I was up there with him for a few days, having dinner and lunch. That, wow, I knew he worked with the CIA because USA did and Voice for America and all that, but I didn't know he was high level, and he was high level. I said, Tucker, come on. That's so I don't think Tucker's lying about that. So I've said my little intro, but just in general, I have been extremely famous for 15 years. I mean, really famous for 25, 30. So I know what it's like. I know what happens. I know how people get jealous. They come after you, or they think you're a bad guy. A lot of stuff happens. And, Nick's 26, but he's been, active, for politics for at least 10 years or so. So he's a big guy. But at the same time, it's this phenomenon that goes on that is a zeitgeist. And when you become the symbol of a zeitgeist, as I have been, and as Trump has been, and only a few others, and Tucker is kind of the voice of the populist conservative movement, he's an icon. When you get to that level, just a lot of things happen that are good and or bad. But bigger than Nick Fuentes is the issue of the symbol he's become, and the fact that that's a bellwether or a canary in the coal mine. The Great Awakening's been accelerating for at least 10 years, but it's.
Yes, Charles Darwin. He's been around since he was a kid, dude. No. No, Bill Hicks. Ducky is not Duck. The Ducky is infinitely better than Duck. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Sorry, dude. I'm kind of drunk. I saw it for some
The
reason
alligator
when I saw that,
eats it.
I saw an equal sign. Yeah, you are infinitely.
I'm on the
greater
menu.
than Duck.
I'm on the menu.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Nice to
Yeah,
see you.
you are infinitely better than him, man.
I like Doug, though. I just don't think he's a very nice person. I like his name, though. He's another.
Thank you, Paige. Remember that thing I said about P-Brain Trailer Trash Retard? I was not kidding. Anyone here a PC expert so I can watch lower class looking bald and say, hey, mwah, love you, man. On my giant monitors instead of my tiny phone screen. Hey, hey, Paige, I'm doing my best. All right. I'm doing my best. You know what I mean? So, the thing is, I came up with a new drink recipe tonight, and I literally made it 4 times, and I was drinking it with the people that I was making it with. And this was my bosses. They were like, hey, this is a really good drink. Let's tweak it a little bit, yada, yada. So I might have drank a little more than I needed to at work, but I will say it wasn't unwarranted. It wasn't the kind of thing where I was, no shit, dude. He has me blocked. He probably has my channel blocked. He's crazy. I really hope the best for Duck. I don't
really know too much about him. It seems like everybody doesn't like him, but I haven't seen too much on him.
So here's the thing with Duck. Duck is the kind of guy where he will argue a point, and if at any point that he feels he's losing, he will immediately start attacking your character. He will immediately go for ad homs. He does not wish to engage in any kind of good faith way. That's not his bag. He doesn't care about that. All he cares about is he wants to make someone else feel smaller than him. And it's impossible to do that to me.
So he wants to be right, not righteous. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. You know what I mean? It's impossible to make me feel smaller because no one will ever say anything worse than I've said to myself. You know what I mean? So, John Smith, can you even if you're on your phone, can you cam up for just a quick sec? I just want to make sure you're not. Hey, there he is, bro. What's going on, my man?
Dude,
Welcome in, dude.
I was about to show my nipple in backstage, but I was going to show it to only you.
Hey, man. I usually pay for that kind of thing, you know.
Nah, man, I give it up for free to people who are worthy.
Wow, love you, brother.
Hey, I was gonna ask you, have you ever tried a rum flip?
No.
I found this drink off of Assassin's Creed 3.
Okay.
No, wait, 4, Black Flag, the one where he's a pirate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked for a rum flip, and it's a dark rum, so I used like Kraken 100 or something.
Kraken. Okay.
Yeah, and then you do just a sugar cane and then an entire raw egg, and then you shake it up a bunch so that the egg kind of gets
It makes the meringue on top. Yeah.
yeah, and then when you drink it, it's like super creamy and sweet, and then you top it with like a little bit of cinnamon or brown sugar or something. Dude, it was freaking delicious, and I think I
That
got
sounds
like
good.
yeah, the night that I tried it, I think I got like 4 days worth of protein from that, and then there's another drink too that was customized by like one of my favorite bartenders. It was called Shave and a Haircut. And it sounds gross, but it was just a rum and a coke with uh, with Guinness. But the way that they poured it would create layers. So you'd have the Guinness sitting on top of the coke was on top of the rum, and so when you drank it, it would all you would get like kind of the stout first and sweeter until it was just the end, and it was a pint, but like you had to chug it. So those were the ways in my 20s that I got buzzed really fast.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that sounds delicious, by the way. So I like using egg white. There's actually, this is gonna sound fucking gay, but there's a it's crazy, but it's a wood extract. It's like this, what they do is they take this extract from wood and you put 5 dashes of it and you shake it and it
I've
gives
got an
you,
extract from wood for you.
yeah. So
Sorry, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
it gives you the exact same foam consistency as egg white without that smell at the end. You know what I mean? Like, but one thing you can do, just a heads up if you haven't learned this already. So one thing you can do, if you dry shake the egg white first, the friction will kill off any bacteria within the egg white. So that will kill that smell at the end. It's really, really good trick I learned from, like, I'm talking a 30-year bartender, you know. I've been doing this 15, so like half that time, but that was one of those things where it's like, man, I would have never thought to do that. You know, I know about dry shaking. You know, you shake it over ice and then you take the ice, you strain it out and then you shake it, dry shake it afterwards. And that's how you really get that nice thick meringue. But if you dry shake the egg first, which it can be kind of a pain in the ass to make every cocktail shaking it 3 times, but it's definitely, yeah. Oh man. Yeah. It'll kill that smell. Only a Mr. Bill. Thank you very much for coming in tonight, bro. Always good to see you, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you stopping by, dude.
You know, speaking of meringue, I was watching this Australian baking show, and when all the chefs like revealed their meringues, everyone was cheering, which I thought was really odd because usually Australians boo meringue.
That one's at you, Charles Darwin and Bill Hicks. All right. Let's get back to this because I think the debate's actually about to start, and we're over an hour in already. I was not planning on this being a short stream, by the way, gentlemen. So at any point, if you need to dip out, just let me know. But we're going to have a good time tonight. I think this is going to be fun. I still got 2 more beers to go, gentlemen.
It's not even 12 beer.
Let's fucking go. Oh, fair. That's right, dude. It's only 11:30 over there. Nice, dude. Let's get it.
It's exploding now. And there is a total break with the system and anything seen as establishment. And so is it healthy to have all this fighting and all these people going after each other? Well, at the end of the day, it is healthy to have a debate about the populist movement and the Republican Party and our ongoing, somewhat successful takeover of that. And so overall, this is very positive what's happening, and really the end of political correctness, people not just minding being unpolitically correct, but actually reveling in it, understanding that we've been bullied and intimidated, and that's a very healthy thing. But then out of that, you can swing too far to the other side, which I believe is a danger as well. So we are in a time of momentous change. You have a lot of people, the Democratic Party is certainly still in their bubble, but a lot of Republicans that really aren't even neocons, but rub shoulders with both sides of the populist and neocon movement, that, like Charlie Kirk, that now are sounding now more like Fuentes, and then just like Fuentes at Turning Point, and all these other groups 8-9 years ago, they saw he was a smart guy, charismatic, even when he was 18 years old, bring him in, hire him, and then try to send him to Israel and brainwash him and make him do that. That made him go the other direction. They kind of, I would say, accelerated him becoming what he is today. And it's the same thing when now Charlie Kirk is like, I have the Jewish lobby, the Israel lobby, calling up and threatening me, and I've been your greatest ally. How dare you? And that's how this process begins. And then you've got Flynn, who's like, hey, I'm a big fan of Israel, helped them, worked with them, on and on. But they stood down on October 7th. They're trying to drag us into war. They are manipulating the White House, and they're a danger. So I've got to come out against what's happening in Israel. You have to, okay? There's no other way. But then I don't want to be associated, not because I get attacked or because the ADL be mean to me, they already are, with the people that take it to the total cuckoo land and, say evil only exists because of these interests when there's other fish to fry and other issues as well. Though Israel, through Netanyahu and others, is trying a full takeover in this power vacuum of the White House. So now I've gone great guns and said, now this is the big central attack, because it is true what people were saying in the past. It was partially true before. Now it really is. And so we have to just be honest about that. But that's not because I didn't hold back because I didn't want to be attacked. I was being attacked even more because I was attacking the policies of the globalists, which Israel supports, and others, and the Chi-Coms and all of them are in alignment. And so I was getting a big tent and mainlining this. That was what I was doing, but that was good in the past and helped build all of this. Now it's all out in the open. Now we move into the out in the open mask off battle. So that's a long 15-minute rant intro. I'm going to give Nick Fuentes the floor here for at least 15 minutes, and we'll start the debate portion after that. And I appreciate him being here tonight. I know he's got his own stream coming up this evening as well, at like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. He does it different times. To go wherever you want, but I'd like you to also spend some time addressing the attacks that have really, I'm not even looking for it, and it's everywhere. Phone calls, in my email, text messages. I go to X trying to look up Peace Summit stuff, and it's all, you just see everybody jumping on, piling on to get Nick Fuentes. And, a lot of that is just, again, the dogpiling thing, kind of a mass formation, mob psychology. And then I sit back and I go, if they're jealous or don't like you or think you're really the devil or a secret Fed, that's the last thing you do, creating a mass Streisand effect. So the rocket your ass was strapped to 2 weeks ago now just is going 10 times faster. And so that is an amazing place to be. So that's just my gestalt stream of consciousness rant. Nick J. Fuentes on Rumble, find you on X as well. Thank you for being here. You got the floor.
Yes, well, thank you for having me. It has been certainly a strange couple of weeks with everything that's gone on. And, I've seen people characterize it on Twitter, the sort of feud that's been going on with Candace, with Tucker, with Elon, with all these different figures. And I don't know that you would characterize it this way, but I've seen other people say this. They say it's infighting. And I don't really like that term because I don't think it does justice to what actually took place, which is that you and I were both really on top of this back in June. There was a war in Iran. it really all goes back to this, at least for me. And I think, you asked me to kind of take the 20,000 foot view, the 30,000 foot view. To me, the 30,000 foot view has so much to do with the populist movement, with Trump, and with the situation in Iran as it has.
Hey, John Smith, thank you for jumping up tonight, man. Feel free at any point to jump back in. We're just going to be commenting on the debate. That's it, bro. But thank you for jumping in, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Unfolded over the past few years. So going back to June, you and I were on this. I was doing these big streams covering the war. I did your show. You were doing huge streams covering the war in Iran. It was blowing up. I do this show with Candace Owens, who I've had a little drama with her in the past. I've also helped her in the past. So we've had kind of a relationship which has been characterized by sometimes friendliness, but sometimes negativity. And without relitigating the entire drama, we do a interview in the middle of the war, and we don't talk about the war at all. We don't talk about Trump. We don't talk about, our cancellation, the Daily Wire, any of these things. She's pressing me about drama, things like this. Now, some people thought it was an interesting interview. A lot of people are disappointed in what we talked about, or maybe what we did not talk about. Needless to say, there was this big reaction to how she handled it, and that it was behind a paywall, all these things.
So Ducky, what did you think about everything going on with the Iran thing? What was your take on that?
With Iran making more than 65% uranium for not, what is it called? It was for power plants, right? But they were doing it in the bottom of a military base in the middle of a mountain. So yeah. I don't know what to think about it. To be honest, my dad was a Marine. I have a very biased view of the Middle East. So yeah, he was in the Gulf War. He was EOD. He took out the minefields in Kuwait. So I honestly glass him. That's how I feel. But that's because of the thing that my dad has told me, and he showed me. He actually brought back pictures of what they've done. So
no, absolutely, yeah, no. I get that 100%.
Yeah, I agree with my dad. He's like, turn the Middle East into the world's biggest skating rink, and I'm like, let's do it. So
yeah. I mean, there's a large agreement I have with you there. I get that. I think so. So here's what I think the CIA is doing with this, and this, tinfoil hat time, guys. But I'm not very favorable to the CIA. I think what they would rather do is topple the governments, suck them dry of resources, install some foreign small insurgency group into power, and then cut a deal with them in order for us to get their resources out. Like that's kind of been the CIA's MO, at least since the Gulf War, right?
Oh, even before, because you can look at the USS Liberty and then look at the Nayaria. I can't remember the testimony. I think it was Naira testimony is actually what got the Marine Corps kind of into Kuwait.
Yeah.
So that was falsified. So.
Right. Exactly. Correct. Yeah. So, I always err on the side of the CIA is not working in the betterment of the American citizens. Maybe they're doing things that could potentially help our economy, but at the end of the day, like the people who were in charge, we're worth over 37 trillion, not thousand. We're over $37 trillion in debt right now. And that still climbs every day.
Is that really a thing, though? Let's be honest. If tomorrow America wanted to commit world war against everybody in the world, do you think that we could win?
Yeah,
I do too. I think conventionally, if we use war as convention, not nukes, but I think we could actually win.
Well, I think that's one of the big things with Elon Musk, right? Is like we kind of hindered the space program so long ago. And he's the first person who's really stepped up in the past, 30 years, maybe 40 years. No, I'd say maybe like 35, right? At least since 1990, that has really tried to revolutionize the way that we utilize space for our military advantage. And, since I was a kid, I saw like 2 shuttle launches, right, at Cape Canaveral. it was like I didn't see them in person. I saw one in person. I didn't see both of them in person, and that was a field trip that my school went to, where like we went to Cape Canaveral and we watched the shuttle launch, and that was two of I think how many shuttle launches have we had since then? Like 6.
I've seen quite a few online, but I don't know how many. I've seen one in Riverside when I was living in Southern California when I was about 21. But
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly where it happened at. I was in Riverside and I just saw it and I was like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So really where it comes to that, what's up, Ian McDonald? Welcome in, dude. He says if there wasn't nukes, yeah, and if my auntie had balls, she knew my uncle. I mean, look, dude, fair, right? Like that's the same rhetoric that George Bush pushed to get us into Iraq and to topple Saddam Hussein, because he was a CIA plant that went rogue, right? Like, and I understand that concept. I don't think Iran was handled properly. Yep. What's funny is like I went out to coffee with a girl earlier and I was talking to her about AI, and she said something very similar to that. Where she was like, she's a really smart chick, and she was saying that the way industrial control systems work, how a lot of that shit's automated and it's all based off of some line of code. If AI were to ever be applied into that sector, because right now that's why we have CISA, right? It's a United States government institution. So they monitor all that shit. If they were to apply AI to that, and let's just say AI learned something and was able to alter something like that, it could be catastrophic to our entire system. So, it was insane. Like when she kind of went down that rabbit hole, which to some people it'll black pill them. To me, I'm kind of like, look, I pour alcohol, right? You know what I mean? I don't do nothing like very special, so it's not going to affect me in any kind of way. But there's big effects that kind of shit could have. Anyway, so sorry, I kind of went off on a tangent there, but when it comes to Iran and us, launching bunker busters, if that's even what happened, right? And there's people who say like, to dig into a mountain, it would take, at least days for a large scale drill to do that. And we did it with, 6 bunker busters to dig in and actually do some damage. I don't know. I'm not educated enough on, the kind of things that we have in the military to genuinely do those kinds of things. Also, drills aren't operated by fucking jet propulsion, right? So there's just so many factors involved with these things that I have no idea about, and I can't speak on them.
I think there's a very easy way that you can speak on it, though, because if you think about it logically, if you were to have a nuke go off, what would there be?
Absolute devastation.
No, there would be nuclear fallout.
Yes.
There wasn't any nuclear fallout after the bomb. Like after the bunker busters went through, there wasn't any nuclear fallout. So like I said, I don't know how I feel about it. Everything's kind of weird right now, so I don't know. I give the benefit of the doubt to Iran. I don't stay the fuck out of the Middle East. We should be isolationist. Worry about Canada,
100%.
worry about Mexico. Take over the Americas first before you worry about across the pond.
Absolutely based. 100%. That's where I'm at, dude. Shut down the northern border, shut down the southern border. If they have an issue with that, you're going to have to pay some tariffs. Sorry.
Oh, well.
I know that sounds I know a lot of people don't like that absolutionist approach, but dude,
I like tariffs. I think tariffs are great. Prior to 1913, that's what our country ran on.
Yep. And then it switched over to taxes. And the government got a hold of taxes, and they've done nothing.
Reserve. That's what happened.
Yes, yeah, but the government works for the Federal Reserve. So ever since then, they've just consistently driven up our taxes. And the reason they did that was they were given the opportunity to spend our money without our consent, right? So they're not spending American dollars, they're spending bonds to the Federal Reserve. And then we're in debt to the Federal Reserve. Well, how are we going to get out of that? Let's just tax everybody, And now on an international scale, we've been taken advantage of for literally like almost a century now. I wouldn't say almost a century. I'd say like half a century, right? But we've been taken advantage of for so damn long that people just don't even like, they don't comprehend the fact that, you know, it's like everything's fine the way it is. No, it's fucking not. It's not. Look at the state our country's in. We were $20 trillion in debt before Trump got into office. So I don't want to hear about how Trump or Biden has destroyed the economy. These people have been doing this shit for fucking decades, bro.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying?
Amen,
like,
dude, that shit's it's frustrating.
Let's be real here. And the thing is, though, is people have been designed in school to have these like 2-inch attention spans where like things can be drawn from here to here to here to here to here. So now anything you read on Reddit, anything you see in like some YouTube short, or anything that you scroll through on Instagram or whatever, that's going to capture your attention right now. And a lot of people, they believe everything the second they see it. It's fucking insane, dude. It's crazy. And now we've gotten to this point where people say Trump's destroying the economy. Well, 9 months ago, Biden was destroying the economy. And then for the 4 years before he was in office, Trump was destroying the economy. And then the 4 years he was in office, Obama was destroying the economy. Or the 12 or 8 years before he was in office, Obama was destroying the economy. It's like, dude, they're all fucking destroying the economy. Yeah. You know what I mean? But here's the thing.
Obviously it's not the president. It's the underlying other things, right?
Based. Yes.
Yeah, no, you're based. That's what I'm getting from you. So it's like, I understand and I see where you're coming from, but it's like, how do we change this stuff? How do we stop this? I don't know if there's any way other than like to implement different types of like congressional limits or senator limit. I think there is actually limits on senators, so I'm retarded, but.
Or no, you're not, dude. It's so what it's about is decentralizing our currency. And I don't think the dollar is at a point, considering like the cozy relationship we have with OPEC and how like they trade their oil based on the American dollar. I don't think that's ever going to change, but giving options for people to utilize different currencies, which can be based off of based. Thank you so much. Thank you. Stop giving money to lobbyist companies to support these tools. Absolutely. So absolutely fucking based. Thank you, Paige. Yes. So, but that's one of the things about what's like, and look, I'm not a Trump dick rider. So here's my thing. Where I agree with Trump on the most is in economics. I'm a logistics guy. Like that's my bag. That's my wheelhouse, right? If you want to talk about manufacturing and how things have increased over the past 6 months since the tariffs really, or let's say 5 months since the tariffs really started rolling out, it's been a stark increase. When you take the past 5 months versus the past year, it's been insane how much manufacturing, how many more things are being shipped. It's incredible when you look at these kinds of things, right?
Well, look how much money the tariffs have brought in. It's over $2 trillion worth of tariffs, and that's all manufacturing. Right. All of it.
And all of the investments that other countries are making to move their businesses to the United States. Like we're really cutting into this deficit that everyone's freaking out about. Mm-hmm. So this is why, like, when it comes to like Trump and the Epstein files, they need to just fucking release them. To me, here's why I think they're not. The reason, like, this is 65% of me believes the reason they're not releasing them has nothing to do with Trump being like in the files or implicated in the files. Like, that's a red herring. I really think what it is if they were to release those files and they release them in their entirety, it's going to expose a massive intelligence cover up, because the CIA, let's be very clear here, everybody. Okay. The CIA has already been caught trafficking children. Look up the Finders cult. I'm not crazy. It's on their fucking website.
Yeah.
You know who exposed it? The FBI found it out. And they were forced by FOIAs to release that information back in the fucking 90s. Okay. So this is not like tinfoil hat time. It's on their fucking website, dude. It's on their website. Okay. Like this is this is the thing with the whole Epstein Island thing. It was a massive intelligence cover up. It's a whole scandal that involves our government, who has been doing this shit for literally fucking decades. Okay, and this is not something that's some well hidden secret because it's public information. That's and like, look, I know I'm drunk and I might be getting a little fucking like
heated. I get it. No, keep cooking, buddy. Keep cooking,
dude. Stuff with kids really pisses me the fuck off. Okay. I'm sorry. And when the people that my tax dollars pay for this shit, okay, when I find that out, that makes me livid. Because, like, look, kids are blameless victims.
Well, that's the future. That's the stock in the future.
Yes.
If you fuck up the kids, there is no future.
Anything having to do with sexual stuff with children fucks them up for the rest of their lives. The rest of their lives.
Oh, trust me, I got 3 little girls. I am not letting them into any type of public school in California. Fuck that.
Yeah. Dude, I would go out like Ruby Ridge if I found out.
This is for Waco.
Yeah, if I found out my kids were being used by something that my fucking tax dollars are paying for, I'd go out like Ruby Ridge. I'd go out like Waco. 100%.
I mean, Waco's pretty bad, but Ruby Ridge is a lot better. Waco had some pretty cult-like stuff to it.
It did. 100%. Well, and you know, there's yeah, you're right. Yeah. Ruby Ridge was a fucking catastrophe, though.
No,
dude.
Ruby Ridge is fucking sad. The boy and his dog, and oh my gosh, that is just...
Dude, his wife was holding their fucking baby when they shot her in the head. You know what I mean? That's egregious. And no one's been in prison for it. Okay? So, like, you know, anyway, guys, sorry. All right, tangent over on that. Let's get back to the matter at hand. You know, I just like with the Epstein stuff, like I'm you know, as time goes on, I'm just more and more convinced that this is a government cover up. They don't want to expose this massive intelligence scandal. And, you know, CIA, Mossad, MI5, these motherfuckers work together. Right. And this is not a secret. They were doing the same thing in Ukraine for like 8 years.
Well, look at
before. What's up?
Look, Pizzagate. They were doing this a long time ago, you know?
Yeah. But like, but they've been working together for years. Like, look at Ukraine. The 8 years before Putin invaded, we were doing like surveillance operations and training Ukrainians how to take on foreign identities and steal government information in Ukraine. Like this is like, they've been working together forever, bro. Like, this is not like, none of this shit is, you know, and I know it's funny because people hear me say shit like this and they're like, you know, this is tinfoil. No, this is not tinfoil hat. This is all fucking public information at this point. Okay. You really want to see what was going on over there. And we can go back before the Maidan Revolution, but let's just talk about after the Maidan Revolution. New York Times, CIA, decades surveillance operations. Look that shit up. There's a whole New York Times article that talks about all of it. And all it does the entire fucking time is glaze the CIA for what they were doing in Ukraine. And then the same motherfucker, Scott Hotvet, welcome in, dude. Thank you very much. Always good to see you, man. And then the very same news places want to say this was an unprovoked attack by Putin. I'm not a Russia shill. I'm not like, all I'm saying is though, dude, like, we provoked this shit. And now we're paying even more money without knowing how much fucking money went into Ukraine before Russia even invaded. Why don't they talk about that? Why don't they talk about how the Pentagon has failed an audit for 8 fucking years now? Okay, like I'm sorry, dude. Anyway.
Let's get back to the video. I want to see this.
Yeah. Sorry. Cheers, guys. Cheers. I got a little hot there.
Then she goes on Tucker, and Tucker Carlson calls me a fed. I do this big reaction stream to that. Clearly that accusation backfires. Now, I don't know Tucker. I've never met him. I've never talked to him.
You want me to pause it?
No, sorry, I got a wireless headset. I'll hear it.
All right, cool.
But he seems to, without watching my show or knowing me, he seems to think that he knows exactly what I'm about, and made a very serious accusation. Not only did he say that I'm an asset of the left or of the federal government, he says, but I'm this weird gay kid in my basement.
Paige, Dwight D. Eisenhower warned us about this almost 70 fucking years ago. He warned us. He was the first one. Dwight D. Eisenhower was the real fucking GOAT. One of the greatest generals of World War II warned us about what we are seeing today.
And from Chicago, and who is this guy, and all this stuff. This backfires. And then a week later, I get Elon Musk replying to Milo, accusing me of being a fed. And you take this whole thing together, and I wouldn't characterize that as infighting. I would say what that looks like to me is a coordinated attack. I think it stinks. I think it reeks of coordination because it's the same types of accusations coming from people that are all connected to each other. Elon replied to Milo. Milo did a show with Candace the week before. Candace did the show with Tucker the week before that. And Candace and Tucker did a show right around.
Correct, Paige. You are not. You are a very intelligent woman. All respect.
On the time that she quit Daily Wire. So it's like all these people know each other. They're all connected and clearly talking in the same 2 to 3 week period. They're all saying the same things. And so it stinks to me like this is kind of like an avalanche. It's almost like a backlash against my popularity. And for me, the big question is this. I think everybody's assumption based on what has taken place in the past year and a half, ever since the war in Gaza, obviously there's this mass awakening about Israel and the influence of Israel and how that is detrimental to the United States, that we're being drawn into this conflict. We're backing a genocide. It's $30 billion in aid. It's World War III, all these things. And these figures like Candace and Tucker in particular, they rise to the surface and are elevated, whereas Tucker was at Fox News and Candace was at Daily Wire. Suddenly, they are these major critics of Israel. They're major critics of what's going on. Now, to the layperson, you would say, they're kind of meeting me where I was. I've been on this, as you know, for 10 years. I was known as the anti-Semite. I was known as the anti-Israel guy. Now, the layperson would say Candace and Tucker are kind of coming around. They woke up. They got red-pilled. They're on the right side now. They're pushing the truth. And that's why there's this strangeness that it reeks of coordination. It reeks of this coordinated attack. And from the least likely people, you would think the attack would come from the usual suspects like a Ben Shapiro, a Charlie Kirk, who I have feuded with over the years, who are very pro-Israel, who are much closer to the establishment. That it would come from these relative outsiders that were jettisoned by Fox and Daily Wire in the past couple of years, that broke with that consensus view. For this coordinated attack to come from them is very suspicious. And I drew a lot of attention to that on my show, the suspicious nature of it, and said, maybe things are not as they seem. Now, as far as you're concerned, both Candace and Tucker. You had Candace on your show last week. I know you're good friends with Tucker. And, I saw what you said. I appreciated that you defended me from the accusation that I'm a fed. But what I would say is this is sort of where I'm at psychologically. I don't know Tucker. I don't know Candace. I don't know her well. I've obviously met her and had my interactions with her recently. But I would say this. If they are good faith actors, if they're honest journalists, if they mean what they say and say what they mean, if they are who they say they are, maybe this is all just a big colossal misunderstanding. Maybe they legitimately have real concerns about me. Maybe it's not coordinated. And to that, I would say, why doesn't Tucker Carlson have me on his show? Better yet, why doesn't he talk to me on the phone privately? I don't need the clout at this point.
Well,
I mean, the
don't
whole
mean to
feud
interrupt,
blew
and
up.
I'll shut up, but that's where I was going to go next. I can call Tucker and ask him, can you imagine if I hosted a debate even remotely and I'd be fair? That would be massive. Everybody wants that. I mean, I know Candace asked you for another debate, and usually, the person that loses, and I would say she did, wants, another one. But you and Tucker, that would be the new debate. You would accept that if I hosted a debate with you and Tucker?
I haven't seen Tucker kiss the wall yet, but I have seen Charlie Kirk kiss the fucking wall. Okay. Agrilepolis, you mind camming up for me just so I can make sure it's you, bro? Cool, dude. If you want to cam down, I'll bring you up.
Gorilla piss. Oh no, the man, the myth, the legend.
If you don't want to cam down, I'll still bring you up. It's okay. I don't mind having you up cammed up here.
But I mean,
what's up, dude? Welcome in.
I'm hideous to look at, but
Nah.
I'll stay cammed up if you want.
That's a beautiful beard, dude.
No,
Honestly,
dude,
I wish I
it's-
could grow that.
Agrilepolis, it's up to you. I got porn bombed last week or the week before last. So I just like in back chat, I just make sure everyone's.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you one bit, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Thanks for
Yeah.
stopping by.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've had just a busy maybe week and a half. I just drove across the country, and then my kids started school Monday. It's been pretty. They do online school though, so that I drove and then they were late, and then we got here and we had to catch up on all that, and
Fun times.
yeah, I got a 6-year-old, a 11-year-old, and a 14-year-old, and
No
my
shit.
6-year-old, you have to do you got to help her. She can't do it by herself. She's in first grade, but she can't quite do it. She can read.
Right.
But anyways, so it's been busy, man. But I mean, I've been trying to jump on when I can, man. I've been loving your streams.
Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you on as mod, dude. For
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Hey, fucking good on you, bro, for repopulating the country. We need that, bro. We need babies, dude.
Man, my brother had twin boys. My sister had 3 boys. I had 3 girls. But I'm not disappointed.
I'm right there with you. I got 3 girls as well.
It is what it is, man, and it's got to happen.
That's right.
Good on you guys, bro. Hey, Paige wants to give a shout out to your amazing beard, my friend.
That is. I'm jealous. I am.
Can't read the chat while I'm on here, so cool. I got to get.
Thank you, Paige. That's too kind.
I dropped my phone.
Oh no.
All good, brother. All good.
Yeah, I got to get it trimmed, dude.
Hey, it's looking spicy though. You got females hollering at you in chat. That's a good thing, my man.
all this gray used to be red and ginger and shit.
Hey, all this used to be hair.
I don't got that problem yet, but
Hey, it'll well, maybe it won't happen. I don't care anymore, man. I look good bald, dude. It's all right. You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you some of mine.
I'll take it, bro.
But yeah,
Cool. Good to have you up, Agripolis. Thank
yes,
you, man.
sir.
Is it so? Hold on. So, is it Agrilepolis? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
I laugh because it's hard for a lot of people to pronounce. Like Grid, he's like Agrilepis.
Yeah, earlier today I had him. I was like, well, how do you say
I was
that?
like, it's not piss at the end, man. It's
Yeah.
Agrilepolis. Agrilepolis. It rolls off the
Agrilepolis.
tongue after
Okay.
you get it. Agrilepolis.
Okay.
What did
Okay.
he say? Agrilepolis?
Agrilepolis. Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine too.
No,
Okay,
no.
okay.
Agrilepolis.
Or you could just call me Ag, man. I mean, it's all
Ag, that works too, man. Yeah. However you want to do it, bro.
Yeah.
I was just making fun of Grid for mispronouncing the name.
And dude, everybody's like Aga, however you, like Sarah was. I donated to Sarah's channel, and she was like Agra. Anyways, however you say his name. Yeah. It's all right.
I like Sarah, man. I know. Look, so a lot of people are giving her a lot of hate, and they're saying that she's like, shilling for lefties or whatever. I don't think that's what it is, bro. What she's doing is, I think she's trying to make her space more inviting to people who are on the left.
Yeah.
And because she wants to have more people who aren't just a bunch of righties coming from the Crucible crew coming onto her channel and debating things. I totally understand that. Now, I'm not willing to give anybody any benefit of the doubt. She's on the opposite side where she's willing to give more people more benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm like, I will be brutally fucking honest to everyone, you know, where she's on the opposite side of the spectrum, where she's softening herself a little bit to make more of an inviting nature. And I think that might be better for her in the long run, because I'm sure everyone here can agree. People who are, yeah, exactly, Paige. She needs ops. Yes. And I'm sure everyone here can agree. Lefties don't like any form of like brutal honesty. They need to be coddled a little bit. I understand where she's coming from. You know what I mean?
I think positive reinforcement.
I was going to say, I think she's trying to invite the largest variety of audience she can. I mean, you know how it is trying to get viewer levels and watch time, and
yeah, absolutely. Well, and you know, she's not a lefty, right? And I understand that.
I don't know what she is. What is what is Sarah?
She's not a lefty.
She a centrist?
I've been on a couple panels with her. She definitely has her right-wing views, right? I wouldn't want to. She is algo. Not saying it's bad, but she is. See, I just don't see that, Emmett. I don't necessarily see that, my man.
I kind of do, though.
Fair, and there's a lot of people who do. Thanks for jumping in, Emmett. What's going on, my brother? Good to see you, my man.
Emmett, what's
Hey.
up,
I've seen you all the time, Emmett. Never met you. Nice to see you, buddy.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Emmett, I'm in
great.
Colorado, man. When are we going to plan a visit?
You're coming to visit me, or I'm coming to visit you?
Well, you said you're going to cook me some fucking fantastic Mexican food if I came and
I'm gonna cook you some fucking fantastic things if you come to Utah. Sure, come on.
To Utah.
I'm a lot closer to Utah and Colorado than I was in Florida about 3 days ago.
Are you like
Fair.
4 hours? Are you like 3 hours away? I think.
I'm in Colorado Springs.
You know what? I'll send you my address. You can come anytime.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah, hit me up, man. I'm here for about 3-4 months, and then I'm heading back to Florida for the holidays. But
Yeah. I'll send you the address. So let me know, and sure, I'll make you some food,
That's
some killer
what's up.
food.
yeah, we'll get to meet up, man.
Hey, Emmett. So are you? Oh, okay. Never
I'm a
mind.
lefty. No, I'm not a lefty. Except
No.
Lemet is a lefty, and I'll debate anybody as Lemet.
I used to be a lefty.
Dude, Emmett.
I used to be an atheist.
I get all the L's in the chat because that's who I am.
Emmett's the shit, man. I love Emmett. Emmett's my dog.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to tag Sarah. Just want to preface this, but she is kind of a lefty. She is. She does have some lefty ideas, especially when it comes to like certain kinds of feminism and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just what it is.
Oop, shit.
Who's that? Candace?
Yes, well, yeah, that too. Candace is like weird, dude. She is the
Covert
weirdest
feminist.
She's
freaking
fucking.
woman in the
She's cooked.
entire world. Like, oh, I have my kids, and I am gonna do all of these little things, and I am also black, and nobody cares.
Hey, chat. I just spammed Emmett's channel in the chat. Please go by, give him a sub. He's got a great channel. He does like video game development on stream. Absolute genius, this guy. Please
Yeah,
go
you guys
give him a
don't realize
sub.
Emmett's
He's 100% based, except when it comes to marriage.
Oh Lord, here
Wait,
it
Emmett,
goes.
you know,
We're not getting into it, Emmett. We're not getting into it. You know I love you, man.
I'm gonna
Hey,
put you all in jail. That's what's gonna happen.
Oh
yeah,
no.
yeah. But please go give him a sub. He's got a great channel. He does really good content over there, especially if you like gaming. So I spammed his link in the chat. Please, guys, if you could go show him some love. All right,
you guys, you just got to know that Emmett's a good dude.
he is
He's
100%.
good people, man.
Yeah,
I,
absolutely.
Subscribed.
Emmett, you've been a
I'll-
great friend of the channel, bro. I really appreciate you coming in every time, man.
Thank you. So someday I give you the argument, Never Lucky, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, he's so evil and mean," and I'm gonna laugh.
No,
That's
never,
what I do
buddy,
at this
never.
point.
It's all about perspective, you know. I'd hate to think that I wouldn't think the same way that you did if I was, you know, given the same circumstances. So, maybe I try to find some sympathy with you, you know.
Exactly.
Oh no, not the sympathy. Hate me, don't.
Apathy? How about that? How about apathy?
That's better. I
Okay.
like a man.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, you ready to get back into this debate?
Yes, sir.
I saw it all.
absolutely.
So.
Oh,
It
did
was
you?
Yeah. It was a bunch of I like you. No, I like you more. No, I like you more. Did I tell you that I like you? Oh no, I like you more. It was
Emmett,
a
Really?
fun
bro, you're
debate.
killing me, bro.
It was a good debate. It was kind of fun, but they didn't disagree on anything. They were just like they were just telling how big their dicks were. It was funny.
A lot of patting on the back, huh?
Very
I
fucking.
think, dude. So you know, you bring that up, and that makes a good point. That might be one of the reasons why they did this was to kind of gas up Fuentes. Now, I will say the shit that he fucking said earlier, where he said that Kamala would have been a better choice than Trump, absolutely fucking retarded take, bro. That is insane.
But
And you know
he's
what's
also-
crazy?
he's
Guess
taking
who
the
else said the exact same thing?
Who?
Well,
Yes, Hillary.
hold on. Sorry.
Bosch, Destiny, RTP,
Hassan said
Hassan.
things would have been the exact same under Kamala Harris. Not that she would have been better, but saying that if she would have won the presidency, things would have been the exact same 1-to-1.
Can you?
That's what
imagine-
he said earlier.
Can you imagine
Yeah.
what it would have been like if Kamala won?
Oh,
Well,
I would have started
so
going out
far.
and doing guerrilla tactics. I
6
wouldn't have
months.
even. I would have
Yeah.
stopped the 101 from coming into my town.
Bro,
Dude.
6 months in, and can you imagine what Trump has done as opposed to what? Listen, I'm like so far in the fucking middle, you could shoot me. But I'm just saying, like, could you imagine what Kamala would have done though?
Yeah,
Everybody's
Oh, no,
complaining
dude,
about
I
this shit
can't.
with Trump, dude, and it's like,
I can, dude. Look at what she ran on in 2020.
oh my
That's what that
God.
bitch would have done.
dude.
That's just bottom line, okay? Like I know she had her policies on her fucking on her website. That doesn't mean
a
shit.
fucking district attorney in California. That's all she was. That's all she.
Yeah.
She had no freaking. I'm sorry. I apologize. I
And
curse
she
a lot.
sucked a lot of
Um,
D to get there.
Yeah, dude, and she had no qualifications to be any kind of close to vice president, and somehow she got it, and she still did a crap job, and it's probably not that hard.
I mean, she had
Because she
E-pad.
was
That's
half
one
black and half Indian. That's the only reason she was put in the vice
DEI,
presidency seat.
DEI.
That's it, dude.
Yeah. Now
She
you
got
get
less
it.
than 1% of the votes in the 2020 election.
But hang on, lower class, because I gotta object here for just for a second, because you gotta
Yes, sir.
have a little bit of seeing where Nick is coming from. He's coming from the accelerationist point view, which is the black pilled view of fuck all this. This is all fucked. Let's just wipe it out and restart. I
Well,
think
that's his
that's where it's coming
problem. He's coming from the black pill point of view.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's,
No
Yeah.
that's the problem from the start.
We don't take the black pill here on this channel, my
No,
friend.
we
Yeah,
and,
we're not
and
black
you know
pillars.
what? Everything
Christ is king, bro. Dude,
Lord,
and
everything
he's coming back, bro.
Everything has
That's the
already been
thing.
written and is written, and we know. We just have to interpret it the right way. We're interpreting it the wrong way.
That was
Yep.
the word that I had so much trouble pronouncing during the day.
What?
What's that?
Acceleration.
Oh, accelerationist. Yeah.
Accelerationist.
Oh my god. I gave up. Like tried like 5 times. I just gave up.
Can
I
you
mean,
use
you
the
see
word in a
the-
sentence?
is
Lower
English
class?
the
Did you
first
see?
language?
No.
I
Did
mean,
you see the? Did you see the tavern? The Finnish tavern? No. I'm gonna share it with you. I think you're gonna like this.
Well, I'll have you know, English was my second language, and I don't remember my first language anymore as much.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
My most of my family speaks Spanish, but my
Austrian,
grandpa
German.
graduated high school without learning how to read or write because there was racist teachers here. So my grandfather assimilated, and none of us know how to
Yeah.
speak Spanish. So
All right,
Yeah,
Paige
yeah.
comes in with a banger. Here, check
Bang.
this out. If you take the black pill, you're either A, lazy, B, undateable, or C, a combination of the two.
I
If
thought
you're
she
a
was
Christian
gonna
in
say.
church, you should be able to meet a good future wife or husband. Absolutely
That would
based.
be awesome.
I thought she was gonna say undebatable.
Oh, dude, that looks great, man. See, this is the kind of stuff that Emmett does on his stream, guys. You
Emmett
got to
makes
go
this
over.
stuff.
I'm going to spam his link in chat again. You guys got to go over and give him a sub, man. I'm
I
telling you.
already did. What time are you usually live streaming, Emmett?
Made this one too today. I've been slacking. It's been slacking, but I'm gonna be on tomorrow. I have something to share, and I'll probably be doing some pixel art again.
Emmett
No.
multitasks. He does like streams with updates, and then he creates video games while
And
he's doing
then
it.
what coding are you using?
I don't code. I'm a video game artist. I'm an
Okay,
artist.
so you're using the software to make those things. Okay.
Yeah, I do 3D art, I do pixel art, I do
That's
a lot of different, like I can do a lot of different things. What I like doing most is pixel art, but and I can do it.
I know it
I
looks
can
really
do
good,
3D.
dude. Honestly, that looks amazing.
Yeah, dude. He does great stuff, man. That's what I'm saying. Guys, please, if you're here and you can see that link, go over and give him a sub, man. He does great work. Seriously.
Emmett, you need to do some D&D stuff with that, dude.
100%. That'd be sick.
Yeah,
would be
well,
Huge.
that is a D&D tavern. The person that commissioned it was asking me for a tavern he wanted to do, so that he runs D&D games and he wanted to be like the bartender.
That's
The
awesome.
tavern keeper, sorry, because it's D&D.
Isn't that an NPC?
That's cool.
Thank you, Paige. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I don't know what he's gonna do with his webpage, but you're supposed to be able to like click on him, and there's gonna be like dialogue on his page. I'm not doing that. He's coding it himself.
All right, gentlemen, enough derailing. I do appreciate it. Emmett, please,
Yeah.
dude, bring this up during one of the day streams. We can talk about this for hours.
Okay.
I really want to get back into this this debate. I understand that it's probably going to be like, you know, a circle jerk. From what you were saying, that's kind of what it is.
We've derailed your whole stream. Please continue, man.
Dude, it's okay. It's okay. We're having a good time, bro. I am happy to promote Emmett's channel whenever, dude. Guys, like I said, please give him a sub. Go over there. Check in sometime with us, man. He's got good content, bro. He's got good content. I'm drunk and unfocused. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that,
That's
man.
how you
Don't
play.
try to sub me. I have 0 subs. I might have 1 sub. Don't do me. I just I'm here to do whatever else I can. Whatever else the fuck I can.
Bad luck,
I'm a little
ugly
bit
duck
buzzed too,
says you
low
guys
blood
got your
pressure.
grapes. What a legendary callback to a great meme. Thank you, Bad Luck Ugly Duck. That's a good one. Paige, thank you. Guys, Lady Liberties in the chat for Paige. Lady Liberties in the chat for Paige, guys. She is an absolute legend. Okay. An absolute legend. All right. Let's get back to this debate, guys.
Absolutely. And you could call it a debate, a discussion, whatever you want to do. I would do a debate, absolutely, because, he made specific claims pertaining to Joe Kent. He said the reason that he's suspicious of me is because of my attacks on Joe Kent. And I've said this to you, and I've said it to Candace, and I've been saying it to anyone who will listen. In fairness, almost to the point of being a nuisance, I've told that story about Joe Kent for many years.
Even politicos, a lot of people don't really remember Joe Kent. Why don't you recap people that don't know then?
Sure. So Joe Kent ran for Congress in 2022, and he received some backing from Peter Thiel, and he had a mutual friend, Matt Brainerd. Matt Brainerd was his first hire on his campaign. He was a consultant. Brainerd was at AFPAC. He was at my convention. And long story short, Joe Kent attacked me in 2022. I initially supported him. I talked to him on the phone. We were going to send the Groypers out to Washington to help him. And out of a clear blue sky in 2022, he launches this attack on me and says that he condemns me because of my opposition to Israel and because I talk about race and religion. He said that my message does not fit with inclusive populism, which is his vision. Now, in response to his attack, I mobilized the Groypers to Washington, and the Groypers that were going to help him then were hurting him. And I said, we will not reward betrayal. We will not reward people that claim to be America first, but are really Israel first. We're going to make an example out of him. Now, Joe Kent lost. It was a major upset. That was rated as a safe Republican district, and he lost by like 1,000 votes. And so credibly, you could say that I caused him to lose. But I caused him to lose to make an example out of someone that says they're America first, but when the chips are down, they're really Israel first. Now, Tucker was good friends with Joe Kent, and they had this relationship. Tucker promoted Joe Kent on his show. And I think that Tucker blamed me for the loss. This is his friend. And he said, oh, you made my friend lose. What motivation would you have to see this guy who purports to be America first? Why would you want to take him out? And so Tucker then worked with Max Blumenthal on a hit piece in the gray zone. And that's where all this "you're a federal agent" accusation originated, was from a hit piece in the gray zone in February 2023, just a couple of months after Joe Kent lost. And, so maybe that's just a misunderstanding, but I have said repeatedly, I did not come at Joe Kent randomly. I didn't pick on him because he was great. I was supporting him. Then he disavowed me because I criticize Israel. Like, it doesn't get more on the nose than that.
I mean, dude, that's a fair point, right? Like, when somebody comes out and disavows Israel and they say Israel bad, politicians immediately swarm against them.
I just think it's funny how Tucker was like, "You're a Fed, Tucker," and then Tucker comes out with a hit piece like, "No, he's the Fed." It just makes me laugh.
Yeah. I and the thing is, dude, the thing with Tucker and that whole debacle was the fact that Tucker went on the ad hom attack and fucking lied in the same video.
Oh, did he lie? Oh man.
Well, he said he didn't know his dad was CIA until after he died.
Right. That's right.
And he's literally spent the last 2 decades talking about how his dad was CIA and how he was going to Nicaragua to watch the war effort and how his dad was bringing him into Voice for America and everything. And it was like, dude, wait a minute. Hold on. You can't tell that egregious of a lie and expect people to just go, well, that's true. Like, that's crazy, dude. I'm sorry. I like Tucker.
Well, he talks a lot about his dad being in the press and doing a lot of stuff with the press. I don't recall him talking about the CIA, but it's kind of clear that he was involved because, he's pretty much said it actually. I don't
Right. That's what I'm saying.
He's pretty much
he was saying shit like, I lived down the street from the guy that overthrew Mossadegh in Iran back in the 50s.
Yeah.
That's the CIA's MO.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm going to say a controversial thing. They both are CIA. It's just the Fed team fighting.
You know?
That's right, Emmett.
I mean, It's
That
It's a no you fight. No you.
No, you.
Not you.
what were you about to say, Agrilepolis?
I'm agreeing with that. That's what I was saying. Like they have to be involved. They all have to be involved.
Yeah, see,
100%.
and for me, like I understand that this could be something that starts to try and split the strong right wing base that wants something good for America. You know what I mean? And that again, I'll say it for a fourth time. That's the CIA's MO. That's what they fucking do. That's what they're good at. They're good at dividing people and then causing infighting. That's how they overthrow countries, bro.
Yeah.
That's what they did with the Contras back in the 80s in South America and Central America. That's what they've done over the past 30 years in the Middle East. I mean, we did it in Libya. We did it in Syria. We did it in Iraq. We did it in Afghanistan. Like, you know,
Yeah,
like this is
I
something
know.
that's been
I
going
know.
on
I was
for
early
forever.
2000s and I was in Fallujah, man. I know.
No shit.
Wait. You were in Fallujah?
Yes.
Wait. Hang on. You were a Marine? Or you Army?
I was a non-military contractor.
Oh.
Were you with Blackwater?
No.
Oh shit.
Wait, so you were
I'm
part
not
of the
gonna-
people that made it illegal for them to have headshots in Fallujah, right? Like that's how they had to investigate the people there in Fallujah because how many headshots they had. They were like, no, these people are executing people.
Dude. I'm not gonna say too. No, I was not part of
can't
that, but I'm
say.
not gonna say too much.
Okay,
Oh,
okay, I hear that. I hear
I
I'm
that.
want
sorry,
to hear
man.
the stories.
I
I
just
know
can't.
it's okay. I'm just
Yeah.
curious. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
Mr.
so
CIA, I will
I've been
protect
to
your
Fallujah
identity.
twice, man, and I was gone after that in about 2007.
Well, thank you for your service, Agrillipus.
Yeah.
Thank you for your
yeah,
support.
dude, seriously. Yeah. I this is not a secret on the channel. I'm a recovering drug addict. I fucked my life up for a good 10 years. So there was a guy I met, and I don't even know if he's still alive now. You know, this was I moved to Alabama about 7.5 years ago, and when I was getting high back in Tampa Bay, I met him. His name was Vanderbosch was his last name, and he was in Fallujah. And man, like the kind of stuff this guy like. This may sound bad. He was kind of a bummer to be around, dude, because you know, like you'd be sitting in a room shooting dope with him, and then he would like just start breaking down crying and then lock himself in a bathroom for hours, and no one would be able to get him out because he saw some shit over there, man.
Yeah,
And like,
bro, I can totally understand with that. And my late wife, she pulled me out of my fog. I was in a fog, dude, and I was, I didn't know what I was gonna do and when I was gonna do it, but I felt like I was gonna do something. And my late wife, she pulled me out of this fog, dude, and she made me a Christian, and she made me I can't say she made me a Christian, but she made me want to seek more. She was Orthodox, and so we totally I went head in, man. And anyways, not to get too deep into that shit, but
hey, dude, this is why Christ is king, man. That's it.
There's no other way.
That is the pinnacle. He can take people who have been broken down by some of the most terrible things that this world has to offer a human being.
I have seen so many people fucking die, and so many, including my late wife, died. Like after all the shit I've been through, I came home, I married, I had I had kids, tried to settle down, and I saw my fucking wife get killed in front of me too. And like I said, not to go too deep into shit, I'm usually an outlier in a lot of these situations. So I try not to talk too much, but Life's too short, man, and Christ is king, man. And you guys,
Christ is king.
you guys that don't realize it, you're interpreting everything in life wrong.
If you don't understand it, come by tomorrow. I do a Bible study twice a week. I don't even understand the Bible all that much, but I know how much God has done for me and how much Jesus Christ has saved my life. So
That's
please.
the point. We're not meant to understand. We're meant to just continue to question and try to seek to be better.
That's right.
That's our role.
That's
We're
right.
meant to glorify God. And anyways, all right, man. I'm not trying to get too deep.
No, you're good. Bless, dude. I appreciate having you on, man.
I don't get on a lot. I don't get on live, and I don't do this shit a lot.
You're good, man, dude. I appreciate you jumping up, bro. For real. Yeah, please. And if anyone if you want somewhere where you can go where you can talk about God, I do want to say there's places that are a little more safeguarded than God and country.
Yeah.
Okay. Being very honest. I let atheist Buddhists come up. I let all sorts of people from all varying different beliefs come up during God and Country to talk about their beliefs, and we discuss these kinds of things. But if that's something that you have interest in, please come in, because we have an open discussion for 2.5 to 3 hours in the beginning of God and Country, and the last 2.5 to 3 hours is a Bible study, and we are reading through the Bible. We're on Deuteronomy 10 right now. No, maybe a little more. Where are we at?
Well,
we're on Deuteronomy 11 right now. So please, guys, please, if you want to come by, I'm doing it tomorrow. I start at 3 p.m. Central, so it'd be 4 p.m. Eastern. That would be 1 p.m. Pacific time for my friend Rubber Ducky over here. So please,
I'm
guys.
Mountain time right now in Colorado.
Okay. So 2 p.m. for you, my brother. Yeah.
Yep.
But tomorrow, please come in, guys. Would love to have this is a channel that welcomes all different beliefs. I love discussion. That's what we do here. We don't debate. We don't get in. And here's the thing, right? As long as you're not coming in here, if you're not cussing Jesus, if you're not harassing somebody, I'm not going to fucking stifle your ability to speak.
Okay? The only thing I can say is I curse a lot. I apologize.
But you're not cussing Jesus. That's different, bro.
No, fuck.
Yeah.
And
so one of my mods.
My only other thing, man, and we haven't gotten on live and talked about it, but the only other thing is the reason I'm seeking out people like you and other streamers that are based, Emmett, Andrew, Grid, other people that are kind of based. I've been so pissed off at God for a long time that I'm trying to come back, you know?
Yeah.
And I know I am meant for something, to do something more, but I just don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what the fuck it is, man. But I'm sitting here day by day. I'm raising my 3 kids. I've done my duty as far as that goes, and I'm raising them in a fucking healthy Christian environment. And I'm trying to seek better knowledge to what I can do to better our lives, you know, and in the name of Jesus. Now, that's just aside. Like I said, I don't talk about this shit a lot. Other than that, dude, I'm completely, usually always in the middle. I just try to stay in the middle. I don't try to, go over any boundaries. I don't try to cross any bounds. That's why I'm always so helpful. I try to be helpful, and I try to do whatever I can. I'm like, hey, man, if you need an extra mod and I'm here, I'm here. If you guys need, if I can grift, let me grift, whatever I can do. Until recently, I didn't want to dox myself, but now that I've got a premium ticket to DebateCon, and I'm probably going to end up meeting a lot of these people.
Nice, dude.
I don't really see a point in not releasing who I am, but I'm not going to sit here and, hey, my name is this, and I'm going to do, but my name is not Agrilipolis.
I figured.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you telling me you're not a Greek?
No,
God.
and I kind of
You duped me.
obviously my mom is from Austria and my grandmother. I can let's just put it this way: when my grandmother died 3 years ago, I found a red book with a sign on it.
Okay, stop lying to me, Agrila, please. You're
What
just
kind of sign?
I'm not
Floropoulos.
I'm not bullshitting. Listen, man, I don't do
You
this
are
out.
you are Mr. Floropoulos' dad, okay? We all
Listen,
know it here.
when my grandmother died 3 years ago, I found a little red book, and it had a very specific symbol on it. I never knew anything about this shit, and I found out my grandmother was 16, and when Hitler annexed Austria, and my grandfather was a World War II soldier, and he met my grandmother after it was 1944, 1945. My mom was born in 49. All that time in between that, they married, had kid, and they moved over here. He brought her over to the States. My mom was like 7, 8ish. And dude, it's fucking the shit that I have found out since my grandmother died horrors me, dude. I'm fucking it's depressing. But when I look at there's two sides of it. Check it out. I can look up my ancestry back to the 1400s. Had to be done. They would have been like, who's your ancestries? Who's your ancestors? Are they Jews? You're dead. However, she went along with it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it was a terrible time, man. That was a terrible time in Europe for sure.
She said you either did it or you were dead. That's what she always told me. But when I found this book, and I'm like, she sat here and anyways, I'm first generation American. My mom, she didn't even have a German accent. My grandmother did, but my mom did not. She came here when she was 8. She fucking got fully naturalized. She did it the legal way. It was all legal way. That's why all this shit with this fucking immigration shit, it just bugs the living shit out of me. It's like, dude, I love this country, dude. I could give a fuck less about Austria and Germany and all that shit, dude. I love this country. Why the fuck is everybody making this big deal? You know what? I don't sit here and call myself Austrian American or German American. I'm a fucking American. Like, I'm not African American. I'm not this American. I'm not that. I'm fucking American. I was born in America. I love this country.
Latino American. You're not any of those things.
My brother fucking just retired from the military, Master Chief. He fucking he did amazing things. I run a couple of businesses and own properties and employ about 40 individuals. I mean,
that's awesome.
I think we both are firstborn American generation Americans, and that's what this fucking country is about. Like, you don't come to this country and take advantage of it, man. I don't know, man. Sorry, man. That's just my little rant.
No, you're good, dude. No, I 100% agree. That's why, like, all this crap that's going on right now, or has been going on, it boggles my mind, and I'm fucking, you know what I mean? Like, yes, I do, 100%. Yeah, we're paying for
language, it. My second language is English. I don't like, do you hear me sounding any kind of accent?
Nope.
So dude, I can't. You come to America, we learn English, we fucking do it the right way.
We assimilate.
We assimilate.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like
No, I 100% agree.
all
That's
these
with
all
my
these
grandpa.
people that are
Yeah.
coming here and burning American flags and fucking raising flags from other countries.
Go fuck yourself.
Why the fuck are you go fucking back home then?
Go fuck yourself. Exactly. All right.
Anyway,
Hey,
my bad.
Agrileplis, I really appreciate.
Thank you, bro.
I appreciate you.
Little
Dude. I
background.
appreciate you. I'm gonna get back to this debate. We're 2 hours in, and we're only 27 minutes
I'm
into
sorry,
the
man.
debate right now. Don't apologize, bro. You're fine. I appreciate. I'm
I love
glad. I'm glad that you feel comfortable to come up here and talk about that kind of stuff, man. For real, it really means.
I've never
a lot,
been
dude.
on any other panel and said any of this stuff. But
Yeah, no, you're good, dude. You're good. You're good. I appreciate that you're comfortable to do that, man. And you're always welcome up here. I want you to know that, bro. For real.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course, bro. Of course. Yeah, we're only a half an hour into this debate, though. We've been going for 2 hours. So I do want to say, I think it was you, Agrileplis, or it was Emmett. One of you guys was saying they're both CIA. Tucker and Fuentes. I kind of err on that. I kind of err on that, bro. Like that makes sense.
I would say they're both in it. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. The thing is, though, it does seem weird to me. Maybe they weren't at one time, but they got the call, right? The check fucking cleared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That like now we've gotten to this point where, you know, this guy who has been heavily scrutinized by the system is now starting to get his boost, and people are really starting to pay attention to this kid. You know, because the CIA they want to make money. I'm sorry, that's what it comes down to. And if the CIA could continue to make money for the government, the government is going to continue to give them their massive budget, and it's going to continue to give the Pentagon, no matter how many fucking times they fail their audits, it's going to continue to give them as much money as they want.
Yeah, and they're all running off of a budget, and you just said it. The more claims and the more anything else they can do to raise their budget, that's what they're going to do.
Exactly.
The problem is deficit. But
what do they, bro? But what do they say though? What does the good book say? It says the love of money is the root of all evil.
Yeah. Well, and you can't really say our country is not based on that.
Dude, yes, 100%.
We're capitalist
I agree with
country.
that. Our government, dude, this is how our government operates when it comes to budgets that are given to different like agencies in our government. If they don't spend the budget they're given, the next whatever the time is, whether it's a quarter or annual or whatever it is, that budget gets cut to what they spent. So our government is incentivized to fucking waste our tax money. It's incentivized to spend as much as it possibly can on absolute dog shit so they can give something to the oversight committees and say, we spent this much money, so we're going to need the same budget this year. Our government is not incentivized to save. It is not incentivized to utilize our tax dollars properly. It's the exact inverse. Our government is incentivized to waste the hard-earned money that you get taken from your check by force of imprisonment. And that's how the fucking game works, guys. If you don't pay your tab, they take your thumbs. That's it.
That's right.
They'll put you in a fucking jail cell. Okay? Look, I understand the necessity of taxes. Okay? I'm not a complete libertarian, right? But at the same time, with an incentive structure built in the way that we've built this in this country, it is completely fucking unsustainable. And no one can convince me otherwise of that.
And so
I
like the opportunity
never
to
calculated
tell
for a
Tucker.
capitalist environment. I mean, that's what it's based on. It's like almost like a huge company running itself.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
The taxes is what funds it, and Trump's throwing in tariffs, and that's cool. I mean, tariffs have always been around, but it's basically like a large company. Yeah.
Yep, it is. That's why we need a businessman involved. That's why we need Doge, right?
Well,
That's why we need people who understand how this concept works instead of people who are willing to suck the blood out of people who are paying into this.
Yeah, and I think that's why Trump was elected first term, even though he had no political experience. He had so much financial knowledge and background that the company felt like the country felt like we could be pulled out of some major debt that we were in.
Yeah, companies was a good word to use.
It
Because
is a
where
good
we're at
word.
right now, I mean, this is the thing, guys. Okay, look, free market capitalism does not exist. It cannot exist. Because when you take that to its extreme, what happens is you have corporations lobbying our government to write regulations for the benefit of corporations. That's what happens. Okay.
Well, it's a power dynamic, right? If you have all
Yes.
the power in the world to be able to sustain yourself at the top, why wouldn't you use it?
I
To be
hear that,
benevolent.
man. I
To be
hear that.
benevolent.
And
Or
and
to
I'm
have-
not even trying to sound like a communist here. I'm a capitalist, but I'm a fair trade capitalist. I am not a free market capitalist. big
I prefer
fucking
the idea. I prefer the idea. Let me share this with you. Maybe you'll enjoy this. But I prefer the idea of a capitalist under Christian ethics. I prefer that. So Christian ethics at the top, and then we can go ahead and be as capitalistic as we want. You know, it's fun being capitalistic because at the end of the day, you want to have a trade and be able to get resources and money and have a family, etc. But the ethic claim comes from God and from Jesus Christ. What do you think about that?
Well,
Emmett, we can get into this, and I'm happy to have this. It wouldn't be a debate; it would be a discussion because I want to learn more about where your position is on this and exactly what it entails. Because there's a lot of variables and like kind of minutia involved in this. This would be a long conversation for me and you to have, and I'm happy to have this conversation with you.
Yeah, whenever you want, dude.
Yes,
I'd love to join in just to listen.
You're always welcome, Agrilopolis.
Mhm.
Agrilopolis. I apologize.
You're all good. You could just call me Ag, man. It's all good.
Ag, dude.
Yeah.
Happy to have you, man.
Yeah, it's all good.
But yeah, let me funny little freeze frame here. But let's get back into the debate. This is Emmett's already blown the lid. This is a big fucking circle jerk, right? And I get it. I understand why Alex Jones would be doing this. See, I operate off of the assumption that Alex Jones is doing his very best to be entirely authentic with what he's doing. And I think that from his perspective, he thinks that by giving people their due, trying to bring people together, he is doing the opposite of what both of these sides are trying to do, which is drive a wedge into people. Because there are folks that are very pro Tucker Carlson, anti Fuentes, and then vice versa, pro Fuentes, anti Carlson. So I think what his objective with this discussion is to give credence to this kid Fuentes, while also giving credence to Carlson and, like, you know, he kind of loosely Candace Owens, not necessarily, but I would like to see exactly where they go with this.
That or to debate about that. But for him to say that, I'm like mobilized by the intelligence agencies or by the left to take out Joe Kent because he's a legit fighter for America First, that's just not true. And, it's on Twitter for everybody to see. You could still find those tweets. They're still up there. And I've been consistent on that story for 3 years now. So anyway, so that was the basis of his attack. And if I could sit down with him and really just squash the beef, and you know me, I mean, we've had debates and we've had interviews. I'm a big boy. If Tucker wants to give me the
when
Ted
you were
Cruz
here
treatment,
with Kanye, I called you baby Hitler, and I meant it as a joke. But other people would have, oh, how dare you? You just made it. But the point is, we've had some real debates.
absolutely. And I'm not going to back down or shy away from the questions. And as far as Tucker's concerned, I, like you, want to see America succeed. I am not one of these people that is advocating for violence or for civil war or anything like that. I actually want Trump to succeed. I want America to succeed. I want the border to be closed. I want to avoid a conflict in the Middle East. Tucker has been working to prevent a war in Iran. So have I. I've been calling that, and so have you. I mean, so I look at the three of us as very aligned on certain things that are good for America, like being against the war. And that's why it's puzzling that for 3 years, or 2.5 years, Tucker's been working against me in this way, making these accusations. And here's the thing. Tucker has 17 million followers. He's got a massive show. If he is promulgating this idea that I'm a Fed in private and in public, that's very damaging for me. And so when I go on my show and say, why is he doing this? Is it because his dad is in the CIA? I'm defending myself. I'm being put in this position where very powerful, influential people with credibility in our movement, whether it's Candace or Tucker, and maybe they don't realize that. Maybe because I'm very popular and I have a fanatical following, maybe it's easy to forget. I'm being charitable here. I'm being nice. Candace has 7 million followers. Tucker has 17 million. I just got unbanned on Twitter last May. I'm not allowed on YouTube. And that's not to play the world's smallest violin for being censored, but it's to say I'm kind of the new kid on the block. I just emerged from being censored all this time. For them to be calling out this orbital strike on my reputation, saying I'm a Fed and making these accusations, and in private, I mean, I have many people I know saying, oh, I have a mutual friend that's insisting you're a Fed because Tucker said so.
Stop saying Kamala would be better than Trump then. Bottom fucking line. He said that before this live debate. Stop saying that. That is fucking ridiculous, dude.
But he's black-pilled. He's not going to stop saying it. He's like Earl Davis, you know?
Yeah, he brought up a couple of points. I'm like,
so here's my thing. Like in the same breath that he says he wants America to prosper, he also says it'd be better under Kamala.
yeah.
So which is it? Are you an accelerationist that is trying to drive America to its economic ends? Or do you actually want America to prosper? It's one of those two things. I understand that he's an accelerationist, but his words are not matching where his feet are going.
But he thinks that through the acceleration of this degradation, only then can you rebirth like a phoenix, essentially.
Yeah, like
that's not guaranteed, though, dude.
No, it's not. But that's his position.
Yeah.
From what I understand, that's his position.
Fair. I'll give you that. Yeah, 100%. I just, man.
Now, I agree with you. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. He's made some pretty wild claims, dude. You know what I mean? And it's just gotten to the point where, you know, I can take people seriously to a point. He's done a good job at making me reconsider my stance on Tucker. But now the things that he's saying are making me reconsider my stance on him. I will be very honest, and I've been very honest about this. I don't know all of his stances on everything. But when you say things like the country would be better off with Kamala as president, and his justification for that is this, that if she would have gone the route of like joining Israel and giving them a bunch of money and doing all of that, you would have had people on the left and the right all uniting under one idea that Israel bad. But what he doesn't understand is the people on the left consider us literally fucking Yahtzees, right? And the people on the right, they distaste Israel for a vastly different reason that the left does. The left distastes Israel because poor Gazans, they're so oppressed, yada, yada, yada. Where the right distastes them of, I'm working my fucking ass off and I'm paying this tax money that's going to a country that has done literally nothing to benefit ours. And all this money is being cycled into an intelligence apparatus that has been essentially funneled into a military-industrial complex that is used to spill blood of people that I have no association with. So, you know, I hate to be the anti-war hippie here, but that's just the fucking facts of the matter.
No, you. That's the point. That's the whole point. Like you can't expect the fucking. So they're basing everything off of how to please everybody, and you can't please everybody with a capitalist society who is depending on the economics of things to make things happen. That's how our system is based. We're a capitalist society.
Yeah,
we shouldn't, as a singular capitalist society, we should not. Why are we getting into the nitty gritty of these other fucking countries that they don't even believe in our system? They don't give a shit. I don't know. I mean, I just told you my history, and I truly believe that there are some wars that are meant to be fought and some hills that are not meant to be died on.
And they're willing to fucking see. That's the thing, though. They are not the ones dying on the hill. It's the citizens of this country that it's our younger generations. They're not sending 32-year-old men into this war. I'm not going to this fucking war. It's the 18, 19, 20-year-olds that are going into this fucking war. That's who they're sacrificing. They're not sacrificing themselves.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is
right. I'm just piggybacking. That's all.
Yeah. No, I mean, and they want to fight their wars over their territory. We've established ours. We have our manifest destiny. We are here. We are fucking not going anywhere, and we shouldn't be putting up with all this other bullshit.
No. Absolutely agree.
I don't think we will for much longer, to be completely honest. If you've seen how every generation has become more and more right wing as it goes on, I don't think we're going to have this problem.
No,
because I know for a fact my daughters are not going to be taught that, oh, you don't need a man. No, you're going to be taught you need a man. You need that because that's what God designed.
That's what I teach my girls.
Exactly. So it's one of those things. I think it's going to start changing when we have the first time in a written history where the male counterpart is more religious than the female counterpart. Something's bound to change.
Well, and the male should always be the more leader of religiously. I mean,
but that's not true. Historically, women have always been the closest to the church.
Well, I'm sorry. You're all right. I meant on the basis of the household.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like where it starts from the foundation is your household, and I mean, as long as the kids are being, anyway.
Yeah, he's talking about how things should be, and you're talking about how things are or have been. It's the difference between is and not.
That's the problem. Why I call myself such a stupid man. I'm a fucking outlier on all kinds of stupid shit. But my kids are fucking awesome, dude. And I raised them completely. Like they have such an open mind about shit, and they question me about Christian ethics.
Good.
And my 6-year-old questions me about it's fucked up, dude.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, no.
I know, dude. But it's tough. It's fucking tough.
No, you're right. My 5-year-old has a bunch of questions I can't answer sometimes, and I have to go to the Bible.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem is I try to go to the Bible and it's my interpretation, but I don't think I sometimes am interpreting correctly, and it's hard to get, the right kind of help. It really
No,
is,
you're
man.
right. Especially if
Dude,
you're not in the right headspace.
I've only been a Christian for a year. I question my faith every day. I was an atheist until I was about 25. I was not raised in a religious household. I was raised by a bunch of literally like my grandparents raised me. They followed the dead around in the 70s and 80s.
I see.
So like they were not part of that. Now, granted, they did like towards the 90s become more conservative. Like they're conservative fucking hippies, but they're hippies nonetheless. They don't believe in any kind of organized religion. That's just the way that they operate on like a general basis, So me finding Christ was a fluke at best, and that's why like that's all God, like so.
Not a fluke, man.
So for me, well, yeah, because there's people who never meet Christ and they die. You know what I mean?
I know, and you have met Christ, and
It's a blessing. Correct? Yeah. I'll vibe with you on that. Yeah, but so for me, I found like what I just called it a higher power when I first got sober, because there was this vast change in the way that my brain worked like overnight, and that was not something that I can pat myself on the back for. I didn't choose it; it just fucking happened. That's why I believe it was God.
I didn't choose the thug life. The thug life chose me.
Dude, Christ life, bro. I ain't no thug, dude. But
I drink
the
beer.
way that my brain works today is so different from the way it was before, and that wasn't something that I chose to do. That wasn't something that I made a decision. God blessed me with the ability to let go of the reins of my life, and then I followed the path that God put in front of me, and that's all I did. That is entirely that's all that I had to do with everything. God made all the changes. That's why Jesus is so fucking important, guys. Like that's why God is so important, because God will do for you what you cannot do for yourself. If you just put your head down and follow the path God has in front of you and leave the rest to God, God will take care of it. It may not be the way you want it to be in that time. It may not look the way you want it to look in that time. But when you come out on the other side, you will see God has done everything you needed. He has provided everything for us.
I think that's, and that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I've been doing that for about 5 years. Like I said, my late wife, she was Orthodox, and we were in a church, and she was teaching middle school girls. She had a group of like 25 middle school girls. And she had a photographic memory. That's a pain in the ass, but she had a photographic memory, and she fucking remembered. She could recite Bible verses and all that kind of shit. So she got me into it, and I was like, all right. I mean, I can't memorize it like that, but I mean, next thing I know, she's got a middle school group of like 25 girls or so, and I'm like, I did security for the church. It's just it kind of just some of it just doesn't make sense, man.
Yeah.
Like I
want to touch on Emigad's comment here.
I think there's a difference in how much you want to put. Like maybe you put in, you get out what you put in. I mean, it's not like working out, man. Like you go to the gym once a week, you're gonna get so buff. You go to the church once a week, you're gonna get so informed. You get out what you put in, man. We were going there 5-6 days a week.
Yeah.
And I've been and here I have been pissed off at God for fucking years, man. And now I'm like, there's a reason shit happens. So that doesn't stop life though.
Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. I want to touch on 2 comments. One, Amagad says, sounds like you were given some grace, LC. Jesus Christ is king. I mean, that's just it. I didn't deserve it. I didn't deserve it. I don't deserve anything that I have right now. And that's why God is so good. I mean, seriously, like, I don't even need to get into details, but the second comment I want to touch on is Scott Hotvet says, focus.
Oh, my bad. Dude.
Because just earlier he said we have to watch more. You're so right, Scott, dude. You couldn't cook any hotter than you are right now. We have to watch more than 10 minutes of the video and talk less than 20 minutes.
Hey, I'll jump down, man, and I'll just watch from the chat.
No, Agrilepolis, dude. No. That wasn't a shot at you, dude. I'm doing it too. So like, he's just right, you know.
He
like
is
this
right.
is
It's for everybody, not just you.
Scott,
I am gonna jump down, but I have to go. So I'll see you guys.
Emmett. Thank you for
Have a
jumping
good
up,
night,
man.
Emmett.
Always good to see you, bro. Thank you very much, dude.
Yeah, sorry for derailing, but we will have the conversation about
Message
Christmas.
me.
So
We
Oh,
will.
about marriage
Please.
later?
I would
Already
like to
did.
talk to you more about this.
I already did, I agree. Check
Okay.
your deal.
I can't check it while I'm on here, but I will after I get off.
All right. Okay,
Awesome.
awesome.
All right.
a
Let's
good
get
one.
back into the debate. Thank you, Emmett. I appreciate you, man. Here, I'm gonna spam his channel in chat one more time, guys. Please go over, give him a like, give him a sub. My dude is a great guy. Please,
He got +1 from me.
yeah, man. Please give him the love that y'all give me. You know, he deserves it. He's a follower of Christ. None of us deserve God's grace. That's what made Christ so amazing. Exactly, dude. Exactly. And if the world could wake up to that and they could see that Jesus Christ offers so much for people who do not deserve it, who do not understand the level of sacrifice God made on that cross. If everyone understood that and everyone could come together under that, life would be amazing, but that's not going to happen. So all we can do is be the best example of what Christ has to offer to everybody. And I don't do that perfectly. I wish I did. But Christ is king regardless, and he forgives me for my iniquities. Imagine making a sacrifice so big and still forgiving.
That's why it upsets me with people like Chambers of Logic or Steelman or whatever you want to call them.
Oh yeah.
And it's just it makes me like.
Oh yeah.
Emmett knows what I'm talking about.
If I had any of those people talk to me like that in
Right.
real life, it would not be words; it would be fists.
Yeah, and this guy these people are completely. And this reminds me of a conversation I was just having. I was just on Glenn Lawrence, and we were talking about
Agrilepolis, do you mind putting a pin in that real quick so we can continue with the video?
yeah.
Not trying to be rude.
No,
Just Scott makes a good point. He's not trying to nail anybody in particular. He just wants to move along. Because we're almost 3 hours in and we are.
I'm sorry.
Woo!
Dude, don't apologize. You're good, man.
Yeah.
We're a half an hour into the video and we're 3 hours.
I'll be honest, it's probably more
Apologies.
my fault than yours, so that's all right.
No.
Hey, we're having a good time. Dude, Agrilepolis, if I wasn't having a good time talking with you, you'd know.
I thank you and I appreciate it. And dude, a lot of this stuff I haven't talked to anybody about in years. So, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute down and get on it and I'll shut up.
Bro, it's not like that. I hope you realize that. It's not like that. Like no one's blaming you for this.
No, I get it.
I am just as much of a culprit as anybody else.
Me
right?
and Scott bullshit in the chat. So it's all good.
Yeah.
I'll just
We're having a good time, man.
Yep.
It's okay. I like having you up, bro.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir, man. I appreciate you having me up, man.
Yeah. Stay up, dude. Stay up. I'll offer your commentary on the debate while we listen to this.
All right.
I don't want you to cam down or like jump down
No,
off stage
I'm-
or anything.
No, I'm here. I'll just chill back and listen. I'll turn the cam and the mic off, and I'll just get on with it.
All right, all right.
Yeah.
Just know, like, none of this was directed at you, man. I hope you
I'm
realize
saying
that,
break that
dude.
down.
I'm pretty fucking sauced right now. Okay, so I'm having a good time. I'm fucking,
good
you know,
too.
digressing into all sorts of shit. So just know this was not like none of this is directed at you. Okay.
Yes,
Like
sir.
this is my stream. I'm the one who's not staying on topic. You know what I mean? It's all good, bro.
I
It's all good.
appreciate y'all
Cheers.
listening to me. Thank you.
Cheers, bro. Dude, thanks for coming up.
Yes,
man.
sir.
Like, that's a big problem for me. And so that kind of punching down, it's not really cool. And it's especially not cool when I don't even have the opportunity to defend myself. And I just don't get where all that tough guy stuff goes. He calls out Ray Epps, who he accuses of being a Fed, to go on his show. He calls out Ted Cruz, all these people, but then does a 15-minute drive-by shot on me based on factual inaccuracies. And I don't get the right of reply. I don't even get, an acknowledgement.
That's a good point, dude. He really, like, he hasn't given Fuentes the ability to come up and talk about things. And this is why on this channel, I'm such a big advocate for you have to let ideas go into the public square. People need to be able to debate them on the spot, not call someone a weird gay kid in a basement, but let him onto your show and then argue the fucking argument. That's it.
It just stinks like bad faith at that point. So that's where I have to really fight back. So that's sort of where I am in the whole drama. I don't understand these people. I don't know them. All I have to go by is I know me. I know I'm legit. And if they're calling down these strikes on my reputation, I got to question, who are they? And when I look at them, if they're calling me a CIA agent, it's like, well, that's pretty rich. Because we don't have to go in. I don't want to use your platform to attack your friends, but for them to use that attack, it's pretty rich. Because Joe Kent, who is the subject of all of it, he's a CIA officer. So did Tucker not know his dad was in the CIA? He doesn't know Joe Kent is in the CIA, yet he knows for a fact that I am. How does that work? Joe Kent, his close friend, and his dad are both in the CIA, to his shock and surprise, but he doesn't know me and doesn't watch my show, but he's absolutely certain that I am intelligence. Now, that's rich and very ironic and also very hard to believe. So, it is with a little bit of, uncertainty, I guess, about their motivations. It's sort of hard to piece together the narrative. Although I think I did a good job of it.
So I'm going to be able to continue, and I want to tell you why they think that. And I was there. I understand. I know what happened that day. People got hyped up. I know the inside baseball because I had one of the big J6 lawyers, Norm Pattis, who was for the Proud Boys and others, and the Oath Keepers. And I know that he was your lawyer as well. And people go, oh, they got the same lawyer. They were working for the secret group too. So I get the same stuff. No, there's only certain lawyers that have balls to actually go in and do this because they try to disbar them. They try to put them in jail. They put a bunch of Trump lawyers in jail, for heaven's sakes. But I knew behind the scenes, they're saying he's on a no-fly list. They didn't seize his bank account. They're not subpoenaing him. They're not. I was getting subpoenaed too. You were the J6.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hold on, guys. Wait. Yo, Flow State Raid. What's going on, Powder Dusty? Thank you, dude. Yo, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, bro. That's fucking amazing, dude. Thank you for the raid, Dusty. I appreciate that, man. Hey, guys. Yo, Dusty, good friend of the channel, just sent a raid. Angela, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate that very much. You guys are the bomb, dude. Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored to have a raid by Dusty. Dub Wagi, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Snow, thank you very much for coming in tonight. Gary Baxter, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You guys are the fucking bomb, dude. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't get to this earlier, man. I didn't see it coming, dude. That's amazing. Thank you, guys. I know I'm late, bro. Yeah, no, Amagad, you're right. Sorry. I should have been paying attention. Thank you guys so much, man. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Rocky, what's up, Rocky? Good to see you, man. How you doing tonight, dude? Always good to see you, man. Been on panels with this man plenty of times, dude. Rocky's the bomb, dude. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it, man. You guys are the bomb, dude. Hey, Angela, I hope you get to 1,000. For sure. Thank you. You guys fucking rock, man. Thank you. Thank you. So, all right, just to let everyone know, what we're doing is Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes had a debate earlier. And yes, Scott, thank you for tagging her. I appreciate it. Yeah, no That's right. This ain't no liquor store, man. But hey, we're drinking, bro. Cheers. Morgan Tristram, thank you. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank y'all so much for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I wasn't looking at chat. You guys are the bomb, dude. Thank you. Yeah, for real. Dusty, if you're here, man, thank you for the raid. Always appreciate it, dude. That was amazing. Thank you, man. So, yeah, we're Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes both had a debate earlier today. And I was busy pouring drinks and shit. What's up, Mr. Mister? Welcome in, dude. Thank you for stopping by, bro. Tucker and Megan were bought by a subsidiary of Fox. And Murdoch hates the populist right. He can't say it, but Murdoch owns the Wall Street Journal. He uses it for hit pieces. Tucker changed. Yes. That is true. Rupert Murdoch does own Fox and the Wall Street Journal. Funny how that works, isn't it, guys? People like to say, well, the Wall Street Journal's right because it's owned by Rupert Murdoch. No, it's not. They were sucking up to the fucking pharmaceutical industry for the past 5 years. So, let's look at things like realistically here. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, dude. I'm a bartender, so I see tons of names, and Tristram like that. It rolls right off the tongue, my man. You got a great last name. I hope you realize that. But yeah, so I'm just reacting to this debate. I'm very interested to see what these two sides have to say. What I've been clued in on to a guest that was on the panel earlier was that this is just going to be a big circle jerk. It's literally just Alex Jones telling Nick Fuentes how much he likes him, and then Nick Fuentes telling Alex Jones how much he likes him. So we'll see exactly what happens. Mr. Mister, thank you, man. Yeah, dude, fuck Rupert Murdoch. 100%. Absolutely. Michael Hatch, thank you, man. Thank you for coming in, dude. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. Hey, we're just having a couple brews, having a good time, man. We're watching this debate, dude. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Morgan Tristram. I appreciate it, bro. Cheers, 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 guys. Yeah, you guys are the bomb, dude. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the support. Dude, Dusty's a great guy. Always been a friend of the channel, dude. Yeah, thank you guys for coming in. It really means a lot, bro, that I got rated by Dusty for sure. All right, let's get back into this debate.
To their operatives, you don't have Bill Barr with this new Veritas video where they got the text messages, the emails threatening the lady at the PR firm with Armstrong Williams reportedly, and Bill Barr, Trump's former attorney general, running around with Fani Willis in Georgia, literally helping her develop the plan to indict Trump for racketeering, which they did. And there you are in the hit list to put in jail on January 6th, and later you're on the hit list. So that right there, folks, when you're on the Bill Barr hit list,
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That's confirmed because he's like right at the top of this thing, former high-level CIA attorney general twice for H.W. Bush, the W. Bush. You don't do that. And I mean that.
So Michael Hatch. So here's how I see it. Tucker Carlson went on ad hom attacks about Fuentes and lied. Based. That's, you know what? Honestly, Rocky, dude, you just summed it up. You just summed it up perfectly. I couldn't have made it more simple than that. Yeah. Tucker Carlson went on a big ad hom attack about Nick Fuentes and then lied the exact same. And then Nick Fuentes, he called Tucker out on everything that he needed to call him out on. But at the same time, he's also making some really fucking wild claims and saying some pretty dumb shit. So, Rocky, I could not say it any better than you just said it right now. Tucker and Fuentes both controlled opposition. I don't know about Jones, though. I don't think Alex Jones has controlled oppositions.
Reminds me of the Spider-Man
we'll
meme where they're just sitting there pointing at each other. Just like, oh, there's two Spider-Mans.
Right. Yeah. That's a good analogy, dude. I like that one. Yeah. 100%.
That is just a fact. And so we can get to some of that coming up because I think that's important to get on the record here. But this is the issue, Nick. And I know you've released the emails, the text messages, all of it. We go to the lips, and then Trump says march down there, and it's all, hey, people have gone to the Capitol. It's fun. We don't know what's going on in there. You're down the road. You hear what's on the internet. Okay, go in the Capitol.
Oh, shit. Okay. Angela, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Other people that went in and did the same thing. You didn't
go in. Drop your link in chat. I'll spam it.
All right.
Thank
you. Get indicted. Well, you weren't even at the Capitol and you didn't go in. If you would have
been,
I think you might have.
Absolutely based.
But the point is that they protected Ray Epps, who's running around for days saying go in, break in, do all of this. And so I think that piece of evidence alone doesn't make you a Fed. Then I know the inside baseball because I had the same lawyer, and you've now released all the documents and stuff that went on that wasn't fake. And I've had to use lawyers to get undebanked and had to move.
Michael, that's Rocky. Rocky.
People say, oh no, that's how they got control of him and all the rest of it. So I've been through this so much internally myself.
Rocky, thanks for making it in, man. Good to see you,
I was there, and then I experienced it, and then I followed the case, and then I had the same lawyer, and so that's the reality of all of this. But this is the clip.
I don't know about dude. That's a hard case. Yeah, it's a hard case with Alex Jones. It really is, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I lived in PA and almost went to January 6th.
What was that, bro? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I lived in PA and almost went to this. That's just crazy.
Oh, wow. What part of PA did you live in?
I lived in Pittston near Scranton.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was working at a union place, and this guy, old military guy, invited me to go to the January 6th thing with him with a bunch of friends, and I was like, I'd have to ask my wife first.
Ooh.
And thank God I didn't end up going because I think.
Yeah, you probably would have just gotten out of prison recently.
Yeah, that would not have been good.
And I don't see you as the type to storm the Capitol.
So why talk you out of it?
I don't either, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like
more of a homebody.
Yeah, dude. The thing that really got me about January 6th was a bunch of people in MAGA hats, like the body cam footage of them going up to police and going, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, stop this. What are you doing? Why are they storming the Capitol right now? You need to stop this immediately." And them doing absolutely fucking nothing. That right there is what really makes me go, huh, something a little more to this, right?
Yeah, there is more to it.
I have a good friend in the FBI who's he's actually pretty high up in the Wyoming office, and he was telling me all about this stuff. And I've known him for like 6 years now. Michael, good friend of mine, and he's basically pleading with me not to go.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't, bro.
Me too.
I'm glad you didn't. I never planned to, because I'm like, here's the thing. This might be a hot take, okay? Trump fucking lost the 2020 election. I'm sorry. That's what I believe.
Do you honestly believe that?
Yes.
Like, fairly, he lost it?
Yes, okay. I do. And here's the thing, though, right? Because there were so many things that worked against him in 2020 that would lead people to vote for the other side. And that would lead a lot of people to stand up and vote against the incumbent president.
Did you know that 1 in 7 voters in Washington was
Can you hear
illegal?
me?
Was what?
1 in 7 voters in Washington are illegal immigrants. There's an entire video on this.
You know what? If you have evidence to the inverse of what I believe, I would, and I'm not saying this sarcastically, I would love to have this conversation with you.
Well, here's,
One day on Discord, I'll send you some evidence.
here's
Dude, yeah, like I'm totally happy to have this whole conversation with someone. I just, with the way things went in 2020, widespread political unrest, widespread pandemic, the economy took a massive hit. He didn't handle it necessarily all that well.
3 a.m. things where Biden won every state at 3 a.m. or 1 a.m. wasn't any type of coincidence at all.
What's that?
Where the states flipped at 1 or 3 a.m. after all the voting came in.
So that's one of the things, right? So and I really don't want to go too far down this debate with you. We can have this whole discussion
One day. Let's play the video.
Yeah. But that's one of the things is like, you know, come about 3 a.m. That's when a lot of the like non-present voting would come in, when all the counting would be put in. So I'm not necessarily saying that like there was no voter fraud, because there's voter fraud in literally every fucking election. There was voter fraud in the last election, and the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. But
always been.
My thing is, right, like I dig a hole and make sure it's got running water. Yeah, no shit. But I just there were so many things working against him that would rally people who wouldn't typically vote to at least cast an in-person ballot, or not in-person ballot, cast a mail-in ballot, especially when it comes to the way that they were ballot harvesting at the time, right? Like a lot of that stuff was kind of cut out this past election, where people were going to people's houses and they were like, hey, like vote for this president because he's not Trump, right? And like there were a lot of things working during 2020, especially with the way the laws were changed right beforehand, that kind of garnered that response. So it's not that I'm saying that, you know, I'm not saying there wasn't some element of voter fraud, because there's voter fraud in every election and everything, but it does make sense how he would lose in 2020.
I just want to leave you with this one thought. I just want you to sit on it, okay?
Okay.
If they didn't rig the 2016 or the 2020 election, how come the 2024 election, their entire thing for the right wing was it's too big to rig?
Yeah.
I want to say this. How big do you think? We're looking at it from what you guys are saying, but how do you think? How big of a loss is it for them to lose to Trump, who had no political background really, in 2016? Then 2020, you know, it's all in debate on what happened, but in 2024 they lost to him again. Think of how that. The Democrats are in an array. They don't know what the fuck to do with themselves.
Oh, their poll numbers are decimal right now, like below 30% on approval.
They don't know what to do with themselves, man. So I mean, think of it that way. It's not as much as like, oh no, Trump, you know, lost in 2020 and it was like bullshit and it was rigged and all this other bullshit. So what? Let's just say it was. Who gives a fuck? Think of how big of a loss that feels like to the Dems to lose again.
You know, so here's my thing, right? And this is, I'll put a bow on it with this, and then Ducky, remember this, because I do want to talk to you about this.
I will.
If the 2020 election was rigged and that was the reason why Trump lost, how did he possibly win in 2024? Because I'll be honest with you, it was his win in 2024 that really solidified the deal that made me believe that he truly lost in 2020. But we can talk about that at a future time. Totally glad to put a pin in that, and we can have this full conversation at another time, dude, because
Sounds
this
like
is
a
something
good
that like I'm very interested in.
Yeah.
Right. This is something that like I would like to deep dive. We can go through all the thing. If you want to pull up some fucking sources and we can go through all this and really, really, really look into all this, I'm totally down. I have an open
I'm a
mind.
middle person. I'm
I'm
middle
a fact-based
so that would
person.
be
I
fun.
only bring evidence. I don't base my beliefs off of just intuition or
No.
Fucking
Yeah.
base, dude. Absolutely. All right. Yeah. Let's totally do that, man. That sounds like a good time, bro.
I'm gonna drop out, guys.
Hey, Agrilepolis, thank you, man. You have a great night, bro. Thank you for jumping up tonight, dude.
Yeah. I was waiting for when we were done talking. All right. Thanks for having me, man. I really appreciate it, man. It was a blast.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Thanks
it
for
was.
jumping up, bro. You're always welcome up, man.
Yes, sir, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Y'all have a
Of
good
course,
night.
bro.
You're a blast, man. Have a good night.
Guys, Agrilepolis is a great mod on this channel. He's awesome, dude. Thank you for jumping up tonight, bro. I hope you know you're always welcome to jump up on one of my panels, dude.
Thank you, man. I don't do it often, so I don't know when the next time will be, but I mean, whenever I'm here, I'll mod and I'll do what I can for anybody I can. So
You can jump up whenever the fuck you want. I hope you know that, bro.
I've never seen Ag on a panel, so this is like an honor.
Thank you, sir.
It is, dude. Yeah, bro. I'm glad to have you up, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. All right, y'all have a good one, man. Hey,
Good night. God bless.
Cheers, brother.
God bless, man. Cheers.
God bless.
All right, have a good one.
Not gonna lie, it was brutal for me in 2024. We're in disarray. I'm a McCain simp, never Trump bet type. I get it. I completely understand. Yeah. So you know what's funny is like I really appreciate Dusty's raid because me and him have bumped heads a couple times on panels about some of like Trump stuff. But you know, I'm not like a hardcore Trump supporter. I've spent probably because I've only had a channel for about like 2.5 months now. I've spent probably more time criticizing Trump than I have praising him. But my big thing is I believe that Trump's economic policies, and this is just because I'm in logistics, Trump's economic policies are what America needs, at least in the long-term sense, not the short-term sense, to really bring our country back and start digging into this debt. A lot of people disagree with that, and I completely understand that. But you know, from a logistics standpoint, when I see the way that the markets have shifted over the past few months, I actually earlier today I did a little short stream and I was kind of digging into that. You know, the way that he's handled a lot of these tariffs and everything have boosted the amount of shipments that have been moved from, you know, one side of the country to another, and that's something that's incredibly important because, you know, you can tell a lot of how an economy is working by its freight. I don't need to get into all that right now. I'm going to get back into the video. I know Scott's like, all right, dude, just
Scott's
play the
gonna
video.
smash your head in, dude. You better play the video.
Yeah. And he's a millwright, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh.
That's a mechanical brain surgeon, bro. He's ready to fucking smack me upside the head with a 3-foot wrench, dude. All right, real quick, just side note. Anybody in this crowd that had a mask over their face, I immediately think it's a Fed. I'm
It's
sorry,
probably a
bro.
good assumption.
Yeah, dude. Like that's a Fed. All these people unmasked, waving flags, totally proud to support who they support. That's a Fed. All right. It is what it is, bro. That's a Fed. Look at the fucking radio in his pocket.
God damn it. They make it so obvious.
Look at the fucking radio. Okay? Look. All right? Like, give me a fucking break. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly how it should be. These politicians don't represent us. They betray us. And now we are forcibly evicting them from the people's house.
All right. So you have to remember the climate at the time. Democrats were taking over capitals all the time, having protests, sit-ins. They've done it recently in Michigan and Georgia, and it's not called a terror attack. And I've seen your description of what you were saying, and I understand it from the time that we're all angry. They've stolen the election. That's confirmed. You're called there. You go there. I saw you a few days ago in a clip. Describe this if you could repeat people that information, because
Chronic, just in regards to this comment, me and Ducky are going to have a whole conversation on this. When we go over this, you're more than welcome to come by. I would like to see what Ducky has.
Yeah, please, Chronic, come on my side and we will just hammer him and just show him the truth, the way.
Yo, look. I'm not taking like an incredibly hard stance on this. I'm
just playing with you, buddy. I'm just fucking.
Yeah. I get it. No, we're good, bro. Hey, we're having a good time, man. It's all right. I just, for me, I haven't seen the evidence yet. So if my friend Ducky here can provide me with the evidence,
I got a lot.
I'm fucking 2 feet first, bro. You know what I mean?
Got a lot.
Like, that's
might
one
not
thing.
Be convincing, but I got a lot.
Bro, that's one thing that I have been very serious about on this channel. I'm not here to know everything. I'm not here to come across as some kind of expert. I am a malleable mind. I come at all this stuff with the eyes of a child. I see what I see. I make the calls on that. If something else comes across that, I can change my fucking opinion. You know what I mean? So Chronic says,
change my opinion based off of facts. I love that.
Based. Yeah, 100%. Yep, Alex is right. But what he fails to say is that all of those other riots all year were training for the big one on January 6th. That's a big claim. I would, you know what? When me and Ducky have this discussion, if you have like some serious evidence to back that up, I'd love to see it. Seriously.
That is a big claim. I don't even know about that. I'm sure they tie into each other. I just don't know if that's the truth.
I used to be a park ranger and I used to work in a film studio. Definitely had radios in both jobs. Fair.
Based.
Which is yeah.
Park rangers are awesome.
Yeah, 100%, dude, for park rangers. Absolutely. Nobody can know how it all went. Well, that's cool. Most people just double down and not make up their mind. Oh, dude, no. I'm 100% willing to change my mind in the face of like contradicting evidence, especially like questioning like things like, you know, what I believe. You know what I mean? I'm a pea-brain trailer trash retard, man. So if someone can show me evidence of something other than what I believe, I will entirely entertain that idea. And if it proves me wrong, I'm happy to be proved wrong on the internet live so everyone can see it, because I'm not like.
Well, it's not a proving wrong, right? It's just that you were ignorant to the things. That's not proving wrong.
Based. Absolutely. Yeah.
Changing your perspective on it. That's all.
Yeah, and I have no problem being ignorant. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you show me evidence to the inverse, I'm not ignorant no more. Like, why wouldn't I want to be shown evidence to show me that I'm ignorant? Because I don't want to be that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that logistics stuff you showed me, that was awesome. I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's insane, dude. Like when you look at like the way. Anyway, let's get back to the video. But yeah. What, dude? Ducky, I'm telling you, bro, we're gonna talk about this shit
one day.
I believe it. I buy it.
Yeah. So as you know, the January 6th protest, this is something that I almost wasn't even going to attend, because at January 6th, it was basically over. The whole plan for Stop the Steal, there were all these different deadlines, and the goal was to get the state representatives in the state capitals to take back the power to appoint the electors that would go and make the decision.
Yes.
So there were all kinds of deadlines about certifying the election, picking the slate of electors, all these things. By January 6th, we knew it was over. We knew that probably Mike Pence was not going to do this option where he would not read some of the votes. Was one of the that's why Trump had a big problem with him, because the play was that he would decline to read the votes from the states where the result was contested. We knew that wasn't going to happen. Now, for that reason, I said, I don't even know if I'm going to go on January 6th to the speech on the ellipse, because that was the event. For those that were in the know, January 6th was supposed to just be Trump for the first time was working with Women for America First, Stop the Steal, all the big organizations that organized the protests. For the first time, the White House was collaborating with them to do a big thing.
And by the way, I can verify all that because I started the event a month before for the date down the road, a smaller area. The White House calls. They said, hey, we want you to run it. Because people that don't know, they can't use federal funds for that. They wanted me to work with donors and move to the ellipse and raise like $5 million. I said, I'm not doing that. I handed it off to the Republicans. I said, I'm not involved. I've raised $350,000 from listeners. I gave them the money, didn't keep a cent of it. I raised from listeners. And because I didn't want to manage something like this. I can't manage a dinner party, much less that. We weren't going to have Trump at our event. We were just going to have a rally as we'd had many before, the months before. One of them had 500,000 people there. So absolutely, I can vouch because I was there for all of this, and I can also vouch that I said this the first day. I don't think Trump was involved, and I'm not interrupting. I just want you to integrate this in.
All right, little misnomer. You know what I don't like about having the mic on the desk instead of around my neck?
What's that?
If I don't mute when I fart, dude, it is loud as fuck, man. All right. That's all I gotta say, bro.
I was not expecting that.
That's all I gotta say, bro.
They wait.
Man.
There's like 1 million people there. Only
home.
30,000 can get in the cordoned off area at the ellipse. They're all over the Washington Monument, everywhere, red hats everywhere. I'm sitting there in the front row. It's freezing. You were in there too, right over from me. And then halfway through, Trump goes, march peacefully to the Capitol. The Secret Service opens the gate in front of me. I go into the backstage. They take me through, and they open me out on Pennsylvania Avenue and go lead it. I go lead it. Hundreds of thousands had already marched. By the time I get there, it's total bedlam. The internet doesn't work. The phones don't work. Everything's jammed out. There's so many people.
You get it, Chronic.
I had no idea what was going on.
Dude.
But then I had these special operation guys, former Delta Force guys and people. They're like, it's obviously staged. You know, we got Antifa up there because they'd already gotten there right when it was starting. They said, they ran down to meet us. They go, because the phones wouldn't work. They go, you got to get down there and tell them not to go in. This is a setup. So I run, as fast as I can with no Achilles down there, get hit with tear gas, trying to stop people going in. So sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to give the backstory of that. And clearly I then felt, not by Trump, but insiders knew there was a setup working inside the administration. Bill Barr, we now know, who was on the ground and caught organizing it with the Democrats, that we were all set up and we were all told to come there. You, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, all of us to be set up. I think that's a 2 + 2 = 4. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, and so my experience on that day is that I showed up in a suit and tie. I didn't come in like commando gear because we really thought we're going to this speech. And then that was it. That was the speech, and Trump was going to talk, and then we were all going to go home. I think we even had an interview planned with you. I think I was planning to talk to you.
Yeah, we had rented the media roof across from the Capitol, which anybody can pay $5,000 and get, by the way, for the day. And so I'm above the Capitol, and I was doing all these interviews. And then the left said, indict Jones. He was perched on a building to run the attack.
I'd
rented that place
out.
3 or 4 times before. I was right by CNN and ABC News, but absolutely, we had an interview that night booked.
Right. And so point being is I didn't have any plans to even be at the Capitol building. I was going to go to the ellipse, watch the speech. I had a VIP pass. I was literally right behind you. And what changed is that, as you said, and everyone can confirm this who was there, Trump said in the speech, we are going to go and peacefully make our voices heard outside the Capitol. And there was like a rumbling that you and Trump were going to lead the march, and you left early. And I said, oh, that's the program. I guess we're all going to the Capitol. And you're right. The phones weren't working. Anyone who's been to a baseball game or a concert knows how that goes. When you're in a high density area, the cell doesn't work. So We said, okay, well, I guess we're just going to the Capitol. So we walked to the Capitol. By the time I got there, the barricades surrounding the Capitol complex on the lawn had already been taken down. At that point, which had happened earlier in the day, the protesters had already gotten onto the lawn and were on the steps of the building. So I arrive at the Capitol, and I'm there with like a group of a half dozen people, fans of mine. We're taking pictures. We're hanging out. I don't think we ever got closer than 300 feet from the Capitol. We were on the lawn. And somebody came up to me and said, oh, you got to give a speech. You got to give a speech, because this was the program. You and I had done this at all the state capitals. I was in Lansing, Atlanta, Harrisburg, Phoenix, D.C., and we gave speeches with megaphones at the governor's mansion, at the state capitol.
You climb up on the highest statue or object, and you speak to the crowd.
Right. We did it in D.C. We did it at Million MAGA. There's pictures, videos. So somebody said, oh, this is an historic day. You got to give a speech. I said, well, find me a megaphone. Somebody, some orbiter, some fan of mine zips off, grabs a megaphone, brings it back. We look for the highest place. And that statue that you see me on there, that was Peace Circle. You could look at a map of the Capitol complex. It's 500 feet from the building. So, and I think that's a big part of the missing context is people look at that video, they see the speech, and they imagine maybe I'm like guiding people into the building. I was 500 feet away from the building.
Michael, that's the CIA's MO. This is what they specialize in. They specialize in hyping people up for a revolution. That's how we've overthrown so many countries in the world. They're incredibly smart individuals, man. That's what they do. That's what they're good at. You know what I mean? It's like where we're at right now with the amount of power the CIA has. It's scary, dude. Like, you're right, bro.
I think people have it too good in America to ever do that, though. I don't think anybody will ever do that unless it really comes to it.
See, my fear is that they're and it's already been proven that they've used their own tactics on American citizens. Like, look at MK Ultra. But my fear is that they're doing this right now, and they've convinced a large swath of people to trust them implicitly. To where you say the CIA is doing something, and people immediately think, "Oh, well, you're crazy," And that in and of itself is the thing that makes me really worried when it comes to genuinely looking at these kind of situations and going, these people are absolutely fucking sociopaths. They're sociopaths. Because they understand that the way that they've indoctrinated people into believing into this, there's this gold standard that people who work, like when I was in school, I was taught that if you work in the government, you're in the gold standard of society, right? The moral echelon top of people who live in this country. And I believed it for a long time. I was lucky to have, I was lucky to have family members that didn't trust government entities. So there was that. But there's a lot of people who aren't blessed with that. They're not blessed with this. Like, there's like just a small idea that's planted into your brain by people who are older than you that you trust, And
yeah, you're right. That's what it was planted into me by my father. He worked for the government, and then as soon as he came home, he bought guns. He has all these different things, and he's like, I love my country, but sorry, son, I don't trust my government.
But fuck the government. Yes, based. Absolutely based, dad, dude. 100%. Yeah.
Dad.
Son, you grow up and you do everything you can. You chase your dreams. But the second the government tries to persuade you in a certain way, you close that door immediately. Like they don't care about us, man. They don't. None of them do. They don't care about us.
You're assigned a number at birth.
Based. Yep. That's very true. What you went up on the here? I'm gonna keep playing this
building. And so when I'm saying, take down the barricades, there were barricades on the lawn which people were already on top of. There were barricades on the lawn in front of the Peace Circle, which that is what I was referring to. And I was saying, because the idea was, this is what the chatter on the ground was, we were going to protest on the lawn until they came back in session and gave Trump the election. The idea was this was like a protest. So when I said, you know, we're going to hold the Capitol, it was like,
and
we're not going to leave until...
I said the same thing the weeks up to it. I said, we're going to peacefully, that was even, I think we even had a website, peacefully occupy the lawn until they actually have an investigation in Congress into the election fraud.
Exactly. And this is how this stuff goes. People don't realize when you're in the heat of the moment and there's no plan like that, there's just like this chatter that goes on the ground, and you get these ideas, and, you know, it's like a mob thing. And so you're there and we're saying to ourselves, okay, we're here on the Capitol complex. Mike Pence did not do what Trump wanted him to do. They shut down the session where they were counting the electoral votes. And we said, yeah, like, we're not going to leave until they, you know, choose Trump in the election. That's the basis of the speech on Peace Circle. But then we start to get word that the cops are coming in heavy. We get word that special forces are coming in. They're throwing tear gas down on the lawn. So me and the whole group I was with, we said, let's get out of here. And so people like to say, oh, you sent people into the Capitol, but nothing happened to you. Every single person that was with me in that video did not get charged. That whole group of people, and by the way, we weren't on restricted grounds. The only people that got charged were people that were in the building.
But Nick, they did try to charge you. That's
not true. There were people that never made it even onto the grounds that got fucking arrested.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to be very clear about that, guys. Like, it wasn't just people who breached the Capitol. There were people who didn't even make it onto the grounds that were arrested and spent years in prison. There's a guy he's in the fucking panel sphere now. I can't remember his name. I had to jump up onto a panel and fucking and argue with, like, it was like a 3v1 on this panel that he was on one time, and I had to jump onto panel and, like, you know, because all they kept saying was, like, what the news said. And the biggest argument against that is, what fucking news agencies were on the ground during that time? None. So who gives a fuck what the news said? That's reports from people that weren't even fucking there. Okay?
That's wild.
Yeah. So, you know, I can't remember his name. Hopefully he makes his rounds around here, dude. I'd love to have him on sometime. I'd like to talk to him about what happened that day.
Be nice.
But anyway, huh?
I said it'd be nice to meet him.
Yeah. You'll see him around. He's in the panel verse. I can't remember his fucking name. I'm pretty sauced right now. So
no worries.
Give me a break, guys. It's 4 a.m. and, dude, I'm like, I'm deep. You know what I mean? Cheers.
And I had the same lawyer, so I mean, and you've released the documents. They did subpoena you. They did come after you. They did call you before the Jan 6 committee. We have Bill Barr, and we should get to that. And I don't want to spend the whole night on that. We've got a lot more to hit, but I actually have the clips of the whistleblower with the documents. You know, Nick's name, my name, General Flynn, how they want to take us down for Jan 6, and then 2 years later, 2023, because you were still seen as a supporter of Trump then. And, you know, I already showed this Friday and already showed this Monday, but this is all right here. Project Veritas Part 2, whistleblower Bill Barr held secret meetings to plot prosecutions of Trump and block his political comeback. But the bigger story is, and what they thought was his biggest supporters, and Nick is on that. You don't get on the Bill Barr hit list if you're Ray Epps. Notice Ray Epps was not on the list.
Right. Well, and not only that, as you said, I got my bank account frozen. I got put on the no-fly list.
Why did that get buried? That's one thing that I'm very, man. That's one thing that I'm very live for life. What's up, dude? Hey, look, I understand, and I'm not in total agreement with people getting timed out and stuff. But I hope you realize, live for life. I like having you around. I like having you here. you can't cuss Jesus. You can't. That's what I was informed. That's why you were timed out. But I just want you to know I like having you around. I want you to keep coming around. Seriously. So please, dude, if you don't cuss Jesus, my mods will not time you out. That's all. That's it.
It's in the New York Times that they were considering hitting me with charges. I got subpoenaed in 22. And I mean, maybe the coup de grace is that
I don't know the minutia of it, but just so you know, you're not permanently banned. So you're always welcome here to Live for Life. By the way, Ducky, Live for Life is my favorite troll. Live for Life comes in here, and his main objective is to get people all riled up. I love having Live for Life.
I like that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah.
I like having Live for Life around. Dude, I have no issues with Live for Life.
If you can piss people off, dude, you have a special talent. Stick around. I can't do it.
Based 100%. Nope, you can't blaspheme Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit. That's a sin against your own soul. Yeah. Well, and yes. And that's why my mods made a decision. I didn't make that decision. But I trust my mods, and if my mods make a decision, I trust my mods.
And you know
I
what
have a
that's based
good
on?
mod staff, bro.
Based on the word of God.
Yes, I have a good mod staff, bro. I had like 4 monitors on and a dozen different legacy and independent channels running live on J6. They all look pretty straightforward. Fight or lose your country. It's a common sense Occam's razor.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Look, I defend a lot of what happened on January 6th. There's some things where I wasn't necessarily for it, but a lot of the rhetoric around what happened that day is absolute horseshit, and it's just interesting that people, they piss and moan about freedom of speech, and they piss and moan about the government should censor this and censor that. But then when people really want to make their voices heard at the Capitol, at the best place for you to make your voices heard, they're incredibly against it in that degree, right? Like it's totally cool to burn cars in Los Angeles, but you touch a federal building, oh boy, you know what I mean? Yes, Jesus Christ is the one and only. Absolutely. Based. Dude, I really like Bad Luck Ugly Duck. You're a fucking legend.
He's right there.
You're a fucking legend, dude. Thank you. Imagine if we did that now and went after everyone involved in BLM in just one city where that jazz happened, if Trump treated them like they treated us January 6th. The left Dems Rhino would lose their mind, not us. Absolutely, 100%. Hey, dude, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. I'm calling it now. I've been calling it for months now. Just wait until a few months before the midterms. All right? Just wait. Just wait. Dude, Trump is a vengeful, vindictive motherfucker, bro. And he went easy on him his first term, but they hadn't thrown him in jail. They hadn't tried to seize his assets.
Dude, that mugshot went hard as fuck.
I'm telling you, bro. Like, dude, there's a lot of folks that are fucking scared right now. Let's not forget, from the mouth of Maxine Waters, we don't know what all they have on us. Hold on.
From my state, god damn it.
I can pull this back up in a second. Let's go through this. Okay. It's gonna make me fucking specify. Yep, sure is. All right. Let's be very clear, guys. This is from her fucking mouth, okay? This is not some conspiracy theory. This is from her mouth, okay?
Because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us. We don't know what all they have on us.
They got it all, bitch. They got it all.
We don't know what all they have on us. Yep. Oh, hey, Michael Hatch. It's all good, dude. Me too, bro. It's all good, my man. Yeah, no, I hear you, dude. Hey, Bass, bro. Was that Makers?
Yeah, that's Makers. What I've been drinking.
Hey, man, Makers is the bomb, dude. I love me some Makers. You know, so my go-to is Knob Creek.
I love Knob Creek. I just can't fucking find it anywhere.
Really?
I live in BFE, bro. Bumfuck Egypt. There's not much going around here.
Fair.
It's called
Fair.
the Lost Coast for a reason.
Fair. Yeah. See, I live in Alabama, so we can get our bourbon. It's like 2 states over. You know what I mean?
Wait, is there any like dry counties in Alabama still?
I don't think so. I think like, hold on. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Hold on. Are there any dry counties in Alabama? No, there are not.
Respectable.
Yeah. So there are counties that are considered dry, but cities in the county have voted to allow alcohol sales within the city limits. So there are counties that are considered dry, but in those counties, there are cities that are like, man, fuck that. I want to drink.
Cheating. That's cheating.
Yeah. So that's not a dry county. Yeah.
I was gonna say if you have a dry county in your state, you don't have an opinion, but you don't technically. So.
Yeah. No, we don't. Yeah. So Alabama shouldn't have any dry counties because we have the ABC, which is a private company that the state of Alabama designates to like control all of the alcohol sales and regulates all that bullshit. And it's like, dude, give me a break.
Man, that sounds like every other 3-letter agency.
That's right. You're right. 100%. You know what they just said on July 1st?
What's
so
that?
Any cannabinoid or Delta 9 THC product now, and all they allow anymore is edibles and drinks. That is all regulated by the ABC.
Huh.
It's bullshit.
I did not know that. That's
Bro,
weird.
they're so corrupt, dude. I've only been here for 7 years, and it's that they are so terrible with alcohol. So I worked at an Italian restaurant back in 2020. I was one of like the OG original people that worked there, and I worked there for about 5 years. And man, they came down so hard on us for selling grappa, which is like Italian moonshine. Dude, it's bullshit. It's crazy, bro.
Oh,
that is weird.
That I
Crazy.
never interviewed with law enforcement, which I did not. I never talked to the FBI. FBI never.
Yo, she's hot, dude. Hold on. Why do they even show her?
Came to me, never talked to any law enforcement or intel agency. And I mean, look, my bank account got frozen, and this happened without them even telling me. Eventually, after 2 weeks, the bank told me who froze the money. They gave me the phone number of the lawyers that put the legal hold on the account. I sent it to my lawyers immediately. My lawyers called.
No, bad luck, ugly duck. No, it's not. It's not made with pasta. It's made with grape stems and skins, I believe. I think it's grape skins and stems. Yeah, dude, Knob Creek's the fucking bomb, dude. I love Knob Creek, dude. Okay. If you ever come up to Kentucky, I can take you to a tour of the Knob Creek Distillery. Hell yeah, dude. I would love that. So I've been talking. All right. So the bar that I work at, Woodford Reserve has this thing where if you pay enough money, you can go to the Woodford Distillery if you own a bar, and you can choose what cask, like hand pick. I want this one. What cask your bottles of Woodford Reserve double oaked get double oaked in. And then when they make the bottle, they also add your business name onto the bottle. That's like a promotion that they do. So I work at a bar called Sloan's. Well, we have Sloan's Preferred. So our owner, Tom, is like big up in the bourbon world. He knows a lot of these guys. So he goes out and he does that. And we have our own Sloan's Woodford Reserve double oaked that has our name on it, Sloan's Preferred. I want to go to Woodford Reserve as well. I love Knob Creek, but Woodford Reserve is just such a household name, man. I mean, I've literally had everything they have. They're toasted, they're rye, they're Master's Collection 121. I've had the double oak. I've had the double oak, everything. I like Woodford. I'm a simp for Woodford Reserve, bro. It's crazy. Skins and stems. Yeah, I know, man. But when you make alcohol with it, it's like 160 proof or some shit like that, man. It's crazy, dude. It's insane. Nick is a powerful voice. He's going to be big. He seems to have a bright future if he plays his cards right, and we can remove all the deep state swamp creatures like Maxine Waters. Absolutely. If he will stop saying stupid shit like Kamala Harris would have been a better pick than Donald Trump. That is insane to me, bro. That's absolutely fucking insane to me, bro. The only way communism can work is if you do legit Amish, but it won't scale. It can't, dude, especially with the populations we have today. Communism does not work on large scale, bro. It can't. It can't. It can work if we were a bunch of hunter-gatherers that were like nomads traveling around different areas and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had come on, Nichols. Yeah, that's a good one, dude. Hey, live for life. That shit's great. Holy shit. Yeah. It'd work great. Communism would work great if we were a bunch of hunter-gatherers, but we're not, bro. Like we're a bunch of consumers in this country. And in order for us to survive in an economic climate in the way that we have it right now, we're not going to be able to do that in the sense that everyone gets the same thing. You know, that's the way it works, man. There's a reason why capitalism is on top and communism never fucking works. And what that comes down to is human nature. Okay. People don't give enough of a fuck about everybody over themselves versus my own personal benefit against everyone else. That's it. I should not be forced to work for someone else's benefit. Bottom line. There's no way to incorporate that outside of slavery. That's why they want illegal immigrants. That's why they want people who are willing to work on a minimum wage. That's it. You cannot enforce communism. Nah, not necessarily, bro. I see live for life. I get where you come from like a moralistic perspective. Oh, absolutely. Emagad, dude, we have old Van Winkle 10, we have a Lot B 12-year Van Winkle, and we have the 23-year Pappy. I'm not a big fan of Pappy, the 23-year. Now, I do like Lot B. I think Lot B is the best. Lot B is just, mwah. But, dude, there's just something about the 23-year Pappy that is, it just doesn't taste good, man. Like I get the appeal, right? I get the appeal that it's a 23-year-old Pappy and it's $150 a shot, and you want to flex on your boys and you want to buy some like rich ass whiskey. It's not worth $150 to me though. You know what I mean? And that's just a personal opinion. All right. Like I've been drinking bourbon for a while, you know, but that's just where I'm at with it. Yeah, exactly. Forced welfare slavery, 100%. Yeah. Like if someone else has to work for you to eat, that's not a free market economy, right? Which, granted, I'm a fair market economist. I am not a free market economist. Free markets don't exist, guys. When you take like entire fair markets do, Michael Hatch. When you take government regulation like to it, if you take free markets to their extreme, you get what we have today, where you have corporations that are lobbying our government to write regulations to benefit those corporations. That's what happens. It's terrible. It fucking sucks. If free market utopia was a thing, I would believe in it. But right, yes. Yeah, exactly. Right. Based. Michael Hatch. Thank you, man. He's coming in with bangers tonight, dude. I want to go back to Christian groups helping like they used to before the lefts push them out. Yeah, me too, man. Dude, you know, that's the thing with the left. If they realized how much the church does and more people went to church and donated to church and they saw how much it does. I'm not talking about Joel Osteen. I'm not talking about the dude that owns I can't think of his name. Demons of the Tube guy. I'm talking about like local small community churches. When you see how much they do for the local community, like, so for instance, I live in Birmingham, Alabama, guys. So in Birmingham, Alabama, the church funds the Foundry, they fund the Firehouse, they fund Brother Bryant, they fund, the Sally, they fund, where else is there? These are all a bunch of soup kitchens and homeless shelters where they offer people a second chance, right? All of this is funded by the church. Every single bit of it. And I just don't see how people hate on the church as much as they do. It does so much more for the people that are actually like suffering and in a bad position than the government does here.
They actually made it illegal in California for the churches to help homeless people.
Yeah. Dude, like
when I went to PA, that was something of a culture shock. There's a lot of homeless here in California, like to the point where everybody ships their homeless here because of the weather. It doesn't really get freezing where I'm at, and 70 is record high. So
yeah.
It's pretty good weather. It's about 50, 60 average. So they just ship all the homeless here, even from San Fran. So it's getting to the point where when I moved to Pennsylvania and I saw no homeless people, basically, because this churches and the people around them actually helped them, which I thought was insane, because there was a church and a pizza shop on every corner in that city. And there was nothing like that. No type of homelessness, no type of like degenerate community that didn't help each other. So I think it's more of a policy thing than it is like a Christian thing.
Fair. Yeah. Who's your favorite Democrat in the Senate right now?
Who, me? I don't have one.
look at what John Fetterman's been saying for the
Oh
past.
no, John Fetterman's actually pretty fucking based. Actually, no,
He's fucking
he's
sick.
pretty based.
He's
But
an
there's been a few
Israel
times he's
shill.
like, I don't know.
He's a fucking Israel shill, but man, is he like the most level-headed Democrat in politics right now.
It's almost like that brain surgery did something to him.
100%, bro. He had a stroke and came out based. What more can you ask for? You know what I mean? That's fucking incredible, dude.
Called the U.S. attorney, and then they said you're under investigation because of this Bitcoin transaction, which I discussed on my show on Monday, and your placement on the Capitol complex. Now, when I got subpoenaed a year later, after the money had been frozen and unfrozen, after I got put on the no-fly list and taken off, I testified under oath I never had any contact with federal law enforcement in that way. And as you said, I mean, Ray Epps, for all that people say about him, he got charged also. So it's like people say, well, you know, nothing happened to you. Well, things did happen to me. Well, then they say you didn't get charged. Okay, but people did get charged and then informed. Brandon Straka got charged and informed. Ray Epps allegedly was an informant. He got charged too. So you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And in my situation, they were interested in me because I was a stop the steal person. I think they investigated because they thought I was in the building because of a case of mistaken identity. They investigated because of this Bitcoin transaction, which was unusual. And I think they came to the conclusion I wasn't in the building. The Bitcoin transaction was, although it looked suspicious, it was benign. And then I think ultimately they dropped it. And
well, we also had like MSNBC and CNN running images of you and I and others in different state capitals like Georgia, where we were invited and were peaceful and occupied peacefully. And they show us walking up the stairs and they would show and go, look, there they are in the U.S. Capitol on J6. So incredible levels of disinformation.
Absolutely. And in my case, a former friend of mine, Baked Alaska, he was live streaming inside the building. There was a screen grab from the stream of some other guy standing behind him. And there were posts that went viral saying that that was me. We were wearing completely different outfits. I was wearing a suit and tie and a long coat. This guy was wearing a scarf and a hat and a jacket. But people were saying in tweets that got millions and millions of views, that's Nick Fuentes in the Capitol in Nancy Pelosi's office. And I literally went to Mark Randazza. I have the contract of a famous defamation lawyer. I think I paid him $10,000 to investigate if I could pursue a defamation case against a couple of left-wing journalists, against a couple of media outlets that made that claim, because I'm sure that was ran up the flagpole to the DOJ and they said, oh, that's the picture. Then that guy got arrested. Like that guy was identified and arrested later. It was a case of mistaken identity.
I understand. That's why I can clear you. I mean, look, I'm not God, but 99%, I believe you. I was there. I know you're a lawyer. I know the inside baseball. I know what you went through. It was all real. I get it. People say, oh, they're attacking Jones. It's part of the cover. It's fake. No, it isn't fake. It's real. So we just spent 40 minutes on this. It was very important. I really want to get into the issues we kind of agree on and disagree on and the time we've got. So just let me budget out time. Nick, how long? Are you good for another hour?
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, let's do another hour.
Okay, but I'm going to give you the floor right now on the bigger issue. Just as a media analyst, smart futurist guy, you know, very good at predicting things. You predicted Trump would really have big trouble with Israel trying to control his administration. I don't think they're totally controlled. They're certainly trying, so we've got to deal with it. I want to get into Iran, how they're trying to get back in there. You're, from what I've seen, saying Trump does want a police state. I disagree, at least so far. I want to get into all that with you, but what is it people?
Let me use the bathroom. I'm just running, guys.
What it's like for you to have everybody pile onto you, which I would have told these people, actually did, some of them. I said, if you think somebody's bad, you understand doing this to make them bigger. And so, I mean, this has exploded, and it's only getting bigger now. And I'm one of the few people that's experienced what you've gone through multiple times, like many times, but I wouldn't even say, well, I've had deplatforming and big blowups that have been as big as this. Okay. There's not many people other than like a Trump or even a Tucker getting fired at Fox that have had a blow up this big. So clearly, I don't think you started this blow up. And I can see both sides of the beefs and everything, but just What is it like for you now? And then just saying you're not Nick Fuentes, but you still have your brain. What do you think is going to come out of this? I think it's the right move, a smart move, a good move to say, hey, just debate me or have a friendly discussion. And I think it needs to happen. And I'm talking about Tucker specifically. And, you know, Elon is a regular listener. We've had some big, long discussions on air. I think you should talk to Elon. I think Elon should talk to you. He hasn't done these spaces in a while. They get hundreds of millions of views. I don't know why he does it, or listeners. With one with Trump got over 1 billion. I think people want open discussion. I mean, we know they want it. And populism and freedom is the hottest thing. Why not take it to the next level? And of course, I'm not somebody that courts raw controversy for no reason. I don't go around and they call it infighting, but, you know, insert myself in these things. I try to be the peacemaker. People I think are overall doing good work, even though they disagree on some things. But and I know they know this, the people that have attacked you, they've been hurt by it. You've been helped by it. And they're doing good work. I would like them, like when Trump 40 days ago came out and said, there's no Epstein, shut up. I said, I've never seen any evidence you really involved in anything bad. Why are you doing this? You need to stop it. It really hurt him in the polls. So that's my philosophy, is targeting the globalists and focusing on them. If Republicans or populists do something bad, I will report it. But the Democrats are so much worse. I spend 90% of my time on them. Trump does this stuff, shove about Epstein. He killed himself. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't human trafficking. He had no accomplices. There was no blackmail. I'm like, do you understand this is the biggest Streisand effect ever? Day one. I got huge backlash from the, you know, kind of Israel lobby that says, we're MAGA, you're a panicker. The same groups that attacked me when I was, you know, against going to full war with Iran. So I could see it was synthetic coordinated attack. And then I pulled back from that. And the day one, I said, Trump's behind this ordered cover-up. And then 2 days later, it's like, yeah, I'm the one. Shut up. It doesn't exist. Well, I mean, of course I knew that. Then I made calls.
Oh, shit. Corey Barton came in. Big soda Corey Barton. What's going on, my man? Good to see you, man. Sorry I missed you, bro. I hope you have a great day, man. Enjoy your night at work, dude. Yeah, bro. Lot B. Lot B is the fucking jam. Sorry, I'm just getting to that, bro. Yeah, bro, dude. It's nonprofit NGOs, bro. They're terrible. Yes, 100% live for life. Sorry, I'm just getting to this. Yes, there has to be an equal balance of free trade and government regulation. But what we've gotten to is there's a point where free trade has let corporations get lobbyists into the government that lobby specifically for regulations that only they can navigate because they have the capital for it. That is what has destroyed small business in the country. So this isn't like a capitalism versus a communism thing. This is a crony capitalism versus true capitalism thing. That is what has happened in the country, right? Like all this ESG and DEI bullshit, all of that specifically comes down to small businesses not having the capital to navigate through all of these different, especially when it comes to the E and ESG environment, where they have strict regulations put on them for when they apply for any kind of like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, Jane Street, all these different massive investment firms. When they apply for any kind of investment from them, they have to meet certain standards in order to get a certain amount of money. And if they don't have the capital to meet these certain standards, they don't get the money for it. This has nothing to do with the environment. It has nothing to do with social issues. It has nothing to do with governance. It all has to do with money. That's it. So, you know, when like if you weren't aware, DEI is a direct like consequence of something like ESG. DEI comes from BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street and Jane Street. These are massive investment corporations. So I would highly recommend you look into their websites because it's on their fucking websites. They know how to implement these things. These people who push these things, they don't see people as people. They don't see individuals as someone who wants to live their life a certain way. What they see is human capital, and that's what they call it. Go to their website. Read how they look at the average human being. They do not see us as people. So when you see DEI, when you see ESG, when you see climate change, when you see all this stuff, when you see these investment banks who are trying to usurp control of the IMF and the World Bank, specifically because they say they know what is best for climate change, abhor them. Climate change is not a hoax. The world's getting hotter. There are people who argue that. I'm not saying they don't, but it is getting hotter. What I'm saying is the true liberal movement has been usurped by a bunch of like hardcore crony capitalists, and they are using you guys for an agenda. I hate to be the one to break it to you, Live for Life. I bet you're a good person and you have all the best intentions in mind. They're using you. They're using you. All these massive corporations that say they care about the environment, they don't give a fuck. If the Amazon rainforest were to turn black and burn tomorrow, as long as they could make $1 million profit, they wouldn't give a shit.
Oh, it's really weird to me how the anti-establishment movement has become completely establishment.
Yes. Populism is the way to go.
Look against, what was it, Rage Against the Machine, or all these other ones that are like, you have to wear a mask if we go to a concert.
Gotta get the shot.
Yeah, I've got to get the shot.
Pay $420 for our tickets, guys. But remember, we're communists. Money talks. Bullshit walks.
Confirmed it. Then I made calls to talk to folks that were in long meetings with him. Then I learned a lot of stuff I'm not even allowed to say. I halfway leaked it. You know, they stuck his wife in there and other lies, pissed him off. They knew what they were doing. And you can give your own opinion of where you think this is going. It subsided some. If you'll just stop saying, don't talk about it, you know, it'll probably go away. But I'd like to get to the bottom of it. So that's kind of again, stream of consciousness on that.
Absolutely based, Morgan. Absolutely based. Thank you. That's the thing I harp on this channel. So look, if someone doesn't want to submit their life to Christ, I am not the converter. I'm not the mass converter. But what I do want to say is, if you need a consistent moral framework that you can point back to as a reference, instead of this idea that you can morph your moral framework around your actions to where you can justify whatever you do to fit your own agenda and then call it moral, find Jesus. Christ is always going to be there for you. God will always be there for you.
You said a lot of words that just said secularism to me.
That's what it is. I'm telling you, dude, look, I was an atheist until I was 25. That's how I lived my life. I had no consistent moral principle that I could use as a reference point. So everything that I did was entirely justified because I could morph my moral framework around my own actions and justify them. When you have Jesus in your heart, you cannot morph your actions around that. There are people who claim to have that, and they morph their moral framework around their actions. They are not followers of Christ. If you're not doing things in a moral way, or at least striving for that, because we're all imperfect and we're all born in sin. But if you're not dedicating your life to at least striving to be like Christ, you are not living in the Word, man. Like, that's the bottom line. If you really are not giving 110% to bettering yourself on a day-by-day basis, that's what it's about. People have this so messed up, dude. And you know, it's not that people who don't have Christ don't understand. What it is there's a lot of really shitty people who utilize Christ as a shield so they can justify their shitty actions instead of trying to better themselves on a day-by-day basis. That's what it is. I was a really bad person at one point. God changed that. That's all I really have to say, right? Like, I can't tell anyone what they need to do or what Christ will do for them, but I can tell people what I needed to do and what Christ did for me. Right? That's all I can do. I can't speak for other folks. Yeah, Scott, I totally believe that. I was an atheist. I genuinely believed that we were a bunch of stupid monkeys on a rock floating in the middle of nothing at like 25,000 miles an hour, spinning around the sun. That's what I believed. And God opened my mind to something so much greater. God opened my mind to what is good, which is right now. The present moment. This is where God lives. This is where God makes changes. And the more that I subject myself to the present moment, the more that I really truly seek deep inside myself, and I look inside and I try to find what makes me a complete human being. And I, at least to the smallest degree, open my mind to the possibility that there can be a God. That was the big turning point in my life, because I was never fucking willing to do that. I was never willing to do that. And God made that change. God didn't instill in me an immediate belief in God, but God changed that aspect of my mind that there could be a God, that there could be something more than just myself out there. That was the thing that changed everything in my life. That's what led me to the path that helped me let go of the reins, because I thought I had control over this. I thought I had my hands on the steering wheel, and all I was doing was driving myself into a ditch and off of a cliff and into the water, just constantly, you know. Like I'm just blessed forever, every single day. Every day I wake up, I know like this is a blessing, you know, and like I can't impart what that will do to somebody else, but I can impart what it did to me, and it's so vitally important in my life today, right? Like that's the beauty of God, is God works in such crazy, mysterious ways. Jesus has done so much in my life today, man. You know, I'm not here trying to preach the gospel like that, but you know, for me, it has made immense changes that no human ever could. And people tried my entire life. You know what I mean? Praise God, guys. Jesus is on top. Christ is king. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you for this life I have today. That's all I have to say. Anyway, all right, let's get back to it. Sorry. I didn't mean to go off on I wasn't trying to be a preacher, man.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Amen, brother, bro. Yeah.
So take some time here. I'm trying not to interrupt. And what is it like personally for you? And then where do you see this going? And then do you agree with me that the fact that so many people across the political spectrum in the world are really galvanized around you and supporting you, that is not just because you're smart and well-spoken, all the rest of it, because people piled on you, which is so obvious, and people want the underdog. They can see it. I've experienced it myself. But this is also a bigger symbol of the total collapse of faith in the system. But people that still try to blame both sides and act like they're anti-establishment, but then still kind of go after whoever they see on the leading edge of intellectual resistance, that's just not smart to turn the country and the world around. And we want to overcome all this bullying culture and intimidation and just break it. And you're doing that. I'm trying to do that. And so it just doesn't seem wise, but it is a big complex amalgamation. So I can see how people see you as an easy target, but not in this climate. I mean, I mean, obviously, I agree with a lot of what you say. I think you're smart. I've liked you. I've known you for 8 years. And you're a popular guest on my show. And I'm all about good thought and discussion and debate. and what the listeners like. I'll give my ideas, you give yours. But I mean, I could see years ago, and I told the crew, I said, Nick Fuentes is going to get bigger and bigger. And I said, I've tried behind the scenes to influence you some, saying, hey, you might want to press.
I'm starting to see what Emmett was talking about earlier. This has become a little bit of a circle jerk.
Yeah, a little too much patting on the back.
Yeah, like this isn't much of a debate, right? Like they're kind of just agreeing on fucking everything.
Mm-hmm.
And to some degree, it's like, okay, like I get that, right? Like they find a lot of overlap and everything, but it does fart does happen, yes sir. But right, yes, Michael Hatch, exactly, dude. What are they disagreeing about? Fucking nothing so far.
What is not a damn thing?
It does. Yes, Scott, that's what I was saying. There's an element of me that wants to think that, Alex Jones is trying to like be a bridge builder here.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
To gas so much they're going to kill you. But that's not because they're telling me to do that. I'm getting money to do it. I'm like, fly too close to the sun here. But it doesn't matter. That's where we are anyways. And so it's kind of damn the maneuvers, go straight at them. So that's my rant. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of how it feels, it's a little bit frustrating because I feel like for as long as I've been doing my show, for as long as I've been doing this, and as much as people talk about my motivations or who I really were.
Notice so far he hasn't repeated the thing that he fucking said earlier, where he said Kamala would have been a better choice than Trump. He has not said that yet. That's sketchy to me. And this is why. I was a drug addict for 10 years. Okay. If anybody that and I mean, I even take this into account in my life now. I don't abuse hard drugs. I'm an alcoholic a little bit, right? Like it is what it is. But if anybody constantly agrees with me on everything, and my chat will tell you, they disagree with me on a lot. Nuxus, what's up? Welcome back in. Thank you. Glad to have you back in. My chat disagrees with me on quite a bit. Okay. Like my chat is fantastic. I love the fact that like they're not patting me on the back and telling me how fucking right I am all the time. But my thing is, if somebody agrees with me constantly with everything that I say and never give me any pushback, I immediately get suspicious. Being diplomatic. Yeah. I mean, it's just dude, it is what it is.
It's a red flag.
Yeah, 100%, man. Like, why like look, I will reiterate this again. I'm a pea-brain trailer trash retard. Okay. I'm being honest when I say that. So if someone agrees with me on literally everything I say, I start to question you. Not only your motives, but your intelligence.
What if they're also a pea brain, the same things that you said?
That's, you know what? Then I question that. Right?
I'm right there with you, buddy. I don't know if I'm the exact same. I'm a West Coast version, but I'm right there with you.
But me and you disagree on things.
Well, I'm a man. I'm supposed to be disagreeable.
Fair, right? So if you're not disagreeable and you're a man, what should I be then?
Suspicious.
Right. Not saying that immediately means you have bad intentions, but it makes me it throws up the red card.
Red flag, yep.
You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, wait a minute, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I just said some wild shit and you started nodding your head. You know what I mean? It's like, hold on, dude, So like I'm not on YouTube to have people agree with me constantly. I'm not. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to be Mr. Know-it-all. I'm not here to know fucking everything. Based. That's it right there, dude. That's it. People disagree because we're not hive mind. That's it right there. So the second, yeah. Coherent disagreement can work. Absolutely. Yes. 100%. Yeah. Hey, but he was right about it. You know what I mean? Like, let's just be straight up. There's things that Alex Jones has gotten wrong, and he's fucking paid for it. Don't get me wrong, but
Water's turning the frogs gay.
But he was right about that. You know what I mean?
He was.
Case Nuke Sis, 100%. Yes. Thank you. That's what I want to do with this channel. Like, that's why I invite fucking Live for Life, dude. I like having Live for Life on because Rocky Shepherd, good call out, dude. Doctor Strangelove. If you haven't seen the movie, go watch it right now, tonight, after the stream. It's a fantastic movie. Okay. But that's why I like having Live for Life on, because where's Live for Life at? Did Live for Life leave? Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah. But that's why I like having people that have differing views from me. You know, like there's limits that I have. Like, look, if you come into my stream and you're cussing Jesus, you're gonna get timed out. If you come into my stream and you're breaking TOS, that's a ban. Okay. If you come into my stream and you're harassing somebody, you're spamming in chat, that's a timeout. If you keep harassing somebody after your timeout, you're going to get banned, right? But aside from that, I like having people who have differing beliefs. So like I do a Bible study. I was trying to do it every Wednesday and Sunday. I do it every Sunday, but sometimes it alternates Wednesdays and Thursdays. Just depends on what my schedule is that week. It's really what it comes down to. So
Understandable.
Yeah. So I have a guy, Shiva. He comes up and he's an atheist Buddhist. And he makes some good points, and he's reading the Bible, and he sticks around, and he has a good, respectful conversation. I really like having Shiva on. You know, it's the kind of thing where, you know, if you can come with an opposing belief without being a fucking cunt, I'm totally happy having you on. But if you're gonna come into my chat cussing Jesus, you're going to get a timeout, bro. That's it. You know what I mean? Read the fucking room. Okay. That's all I got to say. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
Conversation is the best way to move forward. Debating people is nonsense. Trying to persuade people on your points of view. Yes. Correct. Yeah.
I think it's better to have a mutual understanding where people are coming from and leave it at that, because not everybody's going to agree.
Right. Right. So, you know, what it really comes down to is, take what you will and leave the rest, right? Like if you hear something that you can take and put in your back pocket and you think that something's going to make you a better person, take that and hold that tight, right? Nuxus, listen. If you're going to keep dropping bangers, say something stupid and I'll disagree with you. Okay? But if you're gonna keep dropping bangers like this, I'm gonna have to pull you up and agree. You know what I'm saying? That's how that works. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, look, and I know, like, you know, I'm a Christian. I have a lot of Christians in chat. I'm not a conversionist, man. You know what I mean? Like that didn't work for me. When it came to me turning my life over to Christ, it wasn't one person who just said some good shit to me, and I was like, I get it now. No, what happened is there was a collection of people over time who truly tried to live their life by the words of Jesus Christ and really live by that life that led me to where I am today. Right? It was like I looked back and I went, oh, I get it. Right? So it's not the kind of thing where I expect that people are going to listen to me and they're going to go, okay, that's the way to go. I just want to be one of those people in the collective, just another cog in the machine, someone who can be a good representative of what Jesus Christ wanted from me. That's it. I don't want anything other than that.
I think a lot of men want what you're describing, which is structure, discipline, and just to stay in the lanes. There's not a lot of guidance for men, or especially young men right now, and it's really fucking sad.
Yeah. Dude, it's terrible, man. Oh, Nuxus, I don't think you're fake. I don't know if you were talking to me there. I don't think you're fake. You're dropping bangers in chat, bro. So I'm all about it. You know what I mean? Yo, Marcus Antonio, welcome in, dude. Glad to see you, bro. Welcome in, dude. Good to see you again, man. It's been a while. All right. All right, let's get back to the debate. It's fucking 5 a.m. and we are an hour into the debate. Hold on, when did I start streaming? I started streaming 4 hours ago. Holy shit. God, I failed you, bro. I failed you. I tried.
Right.
I tried.
What? It's almost 3 a.m. It's close. I'm just gonna hang out.
Yeah.
Work for, this kind of stuff. All I've ever really wanted is for people to listen to my ideas. It's just to listen. And what I think really resonated with people when I clapped back on Tucker, it wasn't even so much, I spent 3 hours talking about the CIA and all this stuff. The part that resonated was the very end of the show, where I addressed the personal attacks. Because in addition to him insinuating that I work for intelligence or something like that, he said I'm a weird gay kid in a basement from Chicago. I'm a child. And in the clip that went viral on TikTok and Twitter, I said, did you forget when you did that part of your show that you're always pandering to the young white men? Isn't that kind of like the lead? Isn't that like the story of the past 10 years? Is the young white men who have no meaning in their lives, who are struggling to get married, who can't afford a home, who don't feel any allegiance to the country. They don't feel like they're a part of the country. There's no society. There's no social fabric. It's like, did you forget that, those are the people that you purport to care about, that you're trying to win over? You're defending their interests. And in the clip, I said, I am that guy. Like, I'm of that demographic. I'm 26 years old. I was born in 98. I'm Generation Z. I said, and like the Turning Point students, the chapter leaders, like all these people, I went to a selective school. I dropped out. I come from a working class family. College was very expensive. I got canceled because I supported Trump in the 2016 election. He woke me up. Like, I went through all these things that they're always talking about. I'm facing these challenges they're always talking about. Anything that you want to say, incel, racist, Trump supporter, like, I represent all those different kind of facets of the, disaffected young white male. I lived it. I am it. And so for Tucker to kind of have that tone, and for people like Candace and Elon to just hit me now with like a new attack. For 10 years, it was, you're a racist, you're a Nazi, you're this. Now for it to be like, oh, you're a Fed, you're a basement dweller, you're this. It's like, I, as a representative of this generation, am just saying the same thing we all are, which is, listen to us. Instead of trying to put us in a box and speak for us and say, we're going to do a show about Klarna, we're going to do a show about the affordability crisis for homeowners. Why don't you listen?
Hey, live for life. You better watch out. I'm half Cuban, so I'm Latino as well. Okay. Don't be getting racist on me, live for life.
I just love the Latin X. Oh man, he knows how to piss off Latinos.
Right. Oh, 100%.
I'm Hispanic too. My last name's Hernandez, so I understand.
My last name's Filipino. Yeah. Did I get it? Yeah. See, but this is why I like having Live for Life around.
I said, dude, it takes a skill to piss people off. He knows it. He knows.
That's what I'm saying. That's why, like, every time I see him in chat, I give him a shout out. You know what I mean? Seriously. Dude, Live for Life is the fucking bomb, dude. The best troll. My favorite troll.
So I vote for fascism, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
That's great. This guy's
It's
funny.
it is funny because like sometimes he'll get at some people in chat and they'll go at him. Now it did suck that you got timed out, Live for Life, because I do like having you around. But just remember, all right, troll all day, please, for the love of God. I like having you around. Don't cuss Jesus, man. Please. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Because my mods will fucking time you out so fast. Just don't do that. Aside from that, bro, get it. Because I love seeing your comments. Just don't do that. All right. Fake nukes, fake moon landing. Great sigh of the United States. Yeah, I don't know about all that, dude. You can see, Rocky, you can see the devastation of the Tsar Bomba from the Navia Islands. You know what I mean? Just
You
go
know
on
what my
Google.
favorite thing about the nukes is, though? Is that they taught kids in class to just go underneath your desk and hide. Like that was gonna do anything.
The fuck else you gonna do though? You know what I mean? Like
Get into a tiny hole, look for a ditch. I don't know, a manwell.
yeah. At least for a second, you'll have some semblance of safety, and then you're vaporized essentially, right? When them nukes, that's the thing, dude. When them nukes go off, like especially to the degree that we have them now, we can fire. We fire one missile from a nuclear submarine, and it has 6 different nuclear warheads on it. And those nuclear warheads can clear about 6 miles in diameter.
So we call MIRVs, multiple reentry vehicle.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
so
that thing's insane.
Yeah. So you have 12 of those get launched over a city. It's fucking concrete. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, that's what Russia did to Ukraine without the warheads. It was just concrete.
Artillery shells. Yeah.
I thought that was kind of crazy. They're like, oh, next time it's going to be the real thing. And I'm like, oh, no.
I hope not.
Me too.
I really hope this shit with Russia gets solved.
We should really be like in cahoots with Russia because they're Catholics, we're Christian. We should be sister nations.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, Russia should be one of our best allies.
Should be.
It's crazy that we're not.
I think so too.
Like, and you know who is responsible for? Well, okay, you can't call this directly, right? But when Russia was applying for NATO membership, guess who went in got into the meeting and then left the meeting, and it was called a no. Hillary fucking Clinton. Okay. So that's not a fake story, right?
Yeah. Didn't she sell the uranium to Russia? Or is it plutonium? I can't remember what it was.
They would. You're right. You're right, Marcus Antonio. They would. But they would here too. Like, that's the thing, is a lot of people they bitch and complain about the oligarchy trying to take control. It's already in control. It's 2 oligarchies fighting right now. You know what I mean? We do. I believe that, dude. I believe that. If someone shows me evidence to the contrary, I'll take it. I haven't seen it yet. I do think we have functioning elections here.
To the source. And, with all these different things, he's making accusations about Joe Kent. I have a very solid response to that, but they won't listen. Tucker says I'm this hateful, crazy extremist. Why do you attack these people? I have explanations for this stuff. I do a show about it for 10 years. And you would think, clearly what I have done, this movement that I've created, it has become a phenomenon. I think that's inarguable. Whether you love it, hate it, whatever you think about it, it is widely talked about. It's become a phenomenon. You would think that people would look at this, and rather than dismiss it or hand wave it away, they might try to understand it. If there's a charismatic guy in the middle of it who is, kind of beating the odds against the censorship and all this, created this diehard following, this cult-like following. You would say, what's the appeal? What's the basis?
And people coming to your house to kill you. We covered it, and almost no one else. When he got killed by the cops after trying to kill them, he comes with a gun. I'm here to kill you at your house while you're on air, and then almost no one even defended you. I thought that was really chicken shit.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. You were one of the only people that covered it, so God bless you for that.
Well, why not? They're coming after me too. I expect you to. I've told you on the phone. Hey, I expect you to defend me too, buddy.
Yeah, you said bail me out of jail, and you got to bail me out, right? So it's goes both ways. But yeah, so I mean, I'm the subject of all this controversy and all these different things, and you would think that they would just
hold on, wait. Hold on. The look on Alex Jones's face.
Why don't you listen to the source?
Hold on.
And with all these different things, he's making accusations about Joe Kent. I have a very solid response to that, but they won't listen. Tucker says I'm this hateful, crazy extremist. Why do you attack these people? I have explanations for this stuff. I do a show about it for 10 years. And you would think, clearly what I have done, this movement that I've created, it has become a phenomenon. I think that's inarguable. Whether you love it, hate it, whatever you think about it, it is widely talked about. It's become a phenomenon. You would think that people would look at this and rather than dismiss it or hand wave it away, they might try to understand it. If there's a charismatic guy in the middle of it who is, kind of beating the odds against the censorship and all this, created this diehard following, this cult-like following, you would say, what's the appeal? What's the basis?
And people coming to your house to kill you. We covered it, and almost no one else.
Hold on, wait. All right, so watch Alex Jones's response when Nick Fuentes says, yeah, you said bail me out of jail.
When he got killed by the cops after trying to kill them, he comes with a gun. I'm here to kill you at your house while you're on air, and then almost no one even defended you. I thought that was really chicken shit.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. You were one of the only people that covered it, so God bless you for that.
Well, why not? They're coming after me too. I expect you to. I've told you on the phone. Hey, I expect you to defend me too, buddy.
Yeah, you said bail me out of jail, and you got to bail me out, right? So it's goes both ways. But
I don't think he was supposed to say that. I don't think he was supposed to say that. Alex was like, I don't know. Am I wrong here? Am I off base? There was something about that response. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The look he gave him was like, "Whoa, dude, shut the fuck up." You know what I mean?
That's
Anyway.
great.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I'm the subject of all this controversy and all these different things. And you would think that they would just take a good faith interest and just sort of like a journalist, just kind of jump into the middle of it and say, what is this all about? Why do these young people gravitate towards him? And for 10 years, they just don't get it. They're just not listening. Even Charlie Kirk, who isn't really a part of the latest drama, but Charlie Kirk, he got a caller that called into his radio show, and it was a mother. And the mother said, my 2 young kids, they're really anti-Semitic. I think they're following some online personality. She's obviously talking about me. And Charlie Kirk says, that they're going down a dark path. You need to tell them that blaming Israel for your problems is victim culture. And I listen to that and it's like, wow, it's been 10 years and you still don't get it. Like, you still don't get why people like me. You still don't get why people are angry. You still don't get it because you're not listening. You're not taking it seriously. And you almost wonder, when will they take it seriously? I think they're taking it seriously now, because I would bet you 2 bits that when Tucker and Candace did that show and made this dishonorable drive-by gossipy attack, I'm sure they talked about it beforehand. Do you want to cover this? Yeah. How are we going to treat it? I'm sure when they did this little drive-by attack, they thought that they were going to get away with that. They were going to do this little snipe on me. They're going to make me look like a jerk. They're going to humiliate me, and people are going to pile on to me. I would bet you 2 bits they had no idea the kind of backlash they would get from that clip. And you wonder, Are you taking it seriously now? Now that you see the ferocious reply, not just from me, but on TikTok and from my supporters, are you going to take it seriously now? And are you going to listen to what we're saying? Because I don't even want to be praised. I don't want adulation. I don't want the glory. I just want people to listen to the arguments. And that's really it. For as much as people like to talk about my sexuality, people like to talk about my home situation. Do I live with my parents? People talk about all this stuff. It's like, I want to talk about the war in Iran, as you know, because we covered this together. It's like I'm intensely.
I'm really. This has yet to be a debate. They've disagreed on nothing, and we're an hour in so far.
I think it's going to be like what Emmett said. It's just going to be a circle jerk the entire way. Unfortunately.
That makes sense, Nuxus. I could see that. I think Tucker's kind of the same way, too. You know? Yeah, it's a conversation. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So, Michael Hatch, I'm going to start tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central. So it'd be 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Mountain. So yeah, it has to flow. I totally get that. They haven't disagreed on anything. So this was marketed as a debate. They're the two best friends that anyone can have. That's good shit, Marcus.
Bail me out of jail, man. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so tomorrow Bible study starts at 3 p.m. Central. That's going to be 1 p.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Mountain, 4 p.m. Eastern. So yeah. Scott, definitely, dude. It is for sure, unequivocally damage control. I really think this is. I genuinely think this is just Alex Jones trying to be a bridge builder. We'll see how far that goes, right? I don't know how much Tucker Carlson associates with Alex Jones because he's obviously anybody who's remotely controversial. Tucker Carlson is averse to them. Digital tracking with cell data, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and your viewing habits. Yep. It's all sold to major corporations and the government. There's laws against selling it to other corporations. There's no laws preventing them from selling it to the government. None.
Interesting. Right. And I want to take a break and come back and get into the meat and potatoes now and where we agree, where we disagree. But
didn't he say that a half an hour ago? I want to get to where we agree and disagree.
Meat and potatoes.
Yeah. He said that a half an hour ago. All right. So I'm going to give this another 20 some minutes, but it's fucking it's going to be 5:30 in the morning by that point.
Hey, understandable.
And I'm drunk. You know what I mean? So
I'm buzzed. I'm not drunk yet.
Oh, I'm drunk, buddy.
So you're not an alcoholic. Alcoholics go to meetings. Drunks go to parties.
That's fair. I used to go to meetings. I used to be an alcoholic.
Damn.
Now I'm just drunk.
Yeah. Don't get too bad though. Bad for you.
Dude, look, it hasn't ruined my life yet. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? It has not yet. We'll
reel you back in if it gets too bad.
I don't think it's gonna get to that point though.
I hope so.
I really don't drink a lot, right? I think I drink every 2 or 3 days. That's it.
You're not an alcoholic.
Yeah.
They're mad. I'm not talking about Candace and Tucker and all them because they're trying to stop the war too and in Ukraine. But the system is definitely mad. And we did.
Hey, Michael Hatch, dude, thank you very much for coming in tonight. I really appreciate you stopping by. Thank you very much. You're an absolute legend. I hope to see you again soon, man. Please come on by. Thank you, dude. For real. Yeah, the EULA. Yes, dude. Yes, 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100% correct, Nuxus. Yeah, Michael Hatch, dude, please. You're always welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're an absolute legend. Habibis!
Alrighty, I should probably get to bed soon.
You're going to? Yeah,
I probably should. It's 3. I gotta wake up in like 4 hours and a half.
Yeah, you know what? I might just cut it here, and then I'll save this and cover a little bit tomorrow before. See, so this is how my coverage of stuff typically goes when I'm in God and Country. Is like I'll come up with a good video to watch, and I'll watch a little bit of it, and then we kind of digress, and we go on this big fucking spiel, and then I end up just going, you know what? All right, let's talk about this.
I thought it was pretty great, to be honest. You know,
it was good.
I thought it was fucking awesome.
Yeah, no, it was a good time. Hey, Ducky, man, thanks for jumping in.
Thank you for having me, dude. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, I appreciate.
I plan to come back, and I'm gonna send you that evidence. We're gonna have a fucking talk about that. I'm gonna try to change your perspective, or at least show you some things that might change a couple things about your perspective. So,
dude, I'm totally open to it. Look,
and I want to see your perspective too. So it's not just gonna be a one-way thing.
Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, then that's the thing. We can talk about these kinds of things, you know. All right. Dude, thanks again, man.
Well, thanks again, dude. Good night. God bless, and same thing for the chat. You guys have a good night, and God bless. And
God bless you, brother. You have a great night.
You too, guys. Bye.
Chat. Thank you guys very much, man. Same here, Scott. It's 5:10, dude. All right, look. It's been a pleasure, boys. I'm fucking trashed right now. I've drank a little too much. It has been amazing. I really appreciate you guys. Y'all have a wonderful evening. If you can, like, sub, hit the notification bell. Who's live right now, guys? Like, let's find someone who's live. I want to spread the love here, man. Dude, Dusty, that was huge, man. I really appreciate it. Who's live right now? Is anyone I know live? Does anyone have an idea of who's live? Yo, that darn Kitty is live. She's a lefty from England, right? I think that's it, dude. She's kind, you know. She's a pretty kind soul. I'll go ahead and link her. I'll link her in the chat. Yeah. I know they're all sleeping, exactly. All right, guys, let's go raid, ghetto raid. I'm not monetized yet, so I can't do like the active raid stuff. But let's go raid that darn Kitty. Thank you guys very much for coming in tonight. I really appreciate it, man. It's been a pleasure. It's been fun hanging out with everybody. Hey, Nuke Sis, God bless. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Let's go. Let's go get her raid that darn Kitty. She's cool, man, for real. We'll see what happens. But guys, thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. And again, thanks for tuning in. Dusty, great guy. I appreciate the raid, man. You guys have a great night. All right. Peace. You too, Ugly Duck. I see you. Thank you, man. Nuke Sis, I'll see you tomorrow at Sarah's. Thank you, guys.